Third Wall Street is a new emerging global capital markets formation and structured trifactor financial hub at the U.S. Third Border in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, in the Caribbean and Latin America. The new Third Wall Street is the home of the Alexander Hamilton Financial Center and named in honor of Alexander Hamilton, an American founding father, first U.S. Treasury Secretary, and architect of the U.S. financial system and modern America. Third Wall Street is located in a U.S. National Heritage Area, Opportunity Zone, and the boyhood home of Alexander Hamilton in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Island, connecting three financial hubs in the Americas by way of new innovative financial technology and markets: New York Wall Street South, Brickell Avenue, Miami, and Third Wall Street in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, and established the new Caribbean America's Single Economy Zone, developed by SETI Case Capital Markets. Third Wall Street will transform financial markets, improving access to capital worldwide. Visit www.thirdwallstreet.com to learn more.
Of the U.S.-China trade war, which has sort of already been rekindled. China has demonstrated its willingness to use rare earths and other things to hit back at the United States. So, China does recognize that its oil dependence, its dependence on Russia as well as the Middle East, represents a real strategic vulnerability. It's part of the reason why they are going whole hog into renewables and clean technology. But for China, I think this could be really significant if the U.S. does impose this, and I think we would see China try to retaliate against us. So I don't think it would just be we set these, China stops buying Russian oil and moves on. I think it would try to find other ways of responding.
Well, so I guess what comes out the other end of the pipe here, if this is in place for some time, Max, are we on the phone with OPEC about how this is going to work, and what would it mean for crude oil prices?
Yeah, I think there's some real potential that we get on the phone with the Saudis and others in the Gulf states and say, hey, we want you to offset some of the shock that this could cause. We want you to open up the taps, put more oil on the market. We shall see if they do that. The Biden administration, I think, didn't feel that it had the political relationship to actually do that, and the Saudis, I don't think were willing to. But with Trump, maybe it's different. I think the bigger, broader question here, though, is that Trump has not shown a lot of interest in trying to really stick it to the Russians, economically or militarily. He has not demonstrated in the past a lot of support for Ukraine. If that is shifting, the question is, how far does that shift? I think what we've seen is a partial shift. The U.S. is now, looks like it's going to continue military supplies, but there's no indication Trump is going to go to Congress, try to ramp up our production for Ukraine. And then the economic question is, how much of an economic hit is the president willing to absorb to stick it to the Russians in support of Ukraine? There's limits to what the Biden administration would do. So I do have some doubts about how far we are willing to go. And I think Russia may just try to call our bluff here. And then it'll be really interesting when the 50 or 60 days expire, whether that prompts sort of a strong U.S. reaction. But there could be a good outcome if we just simply get India to lower the amount it's buying, and maybe there's some way to negotiate something with the Indians to reduce the amount of Russian oil and other Russian military goods and things that it's purchasing.
That'd be very Trumpy, wouldn't it? You put 500% tariffs on the line or sanctions on the line, and in the meantime, you just crank back India a little bit to try to increase the pain, knowing that those sanctions were never going to take effect. Max, what happens over the next 50 days?
Well, I think what happens over the next 50 days is Russia keeps pummeling Ukraine. What I think we're seeing with the statement on especially the arms deliveries is simply the preservation of the status quo in terms of the West is going to keep supporting Ukraine and supplying Ukraine with supplies. Now, that's not quite enough, and Russia thinks it can win this war now and is going on another military offensive and has been going on a military offensive because it sees a light at the end of the tunnel of the U.S. sort of drawing back support. Now, what I hope happens over the next 50 days is that there's a ramp up on European efforts to support Ukraine militarily. I think that's happening. But then also that the U.S. begins to negotiate with India and perhaps even with China to reduce oil flows from Russia into India, and that maybe there's talks with the Saudis about offsetting any cuts to Russian supplies on the global market. I would hope to see that. I'm not sure we're going to see all of that, but I think we may see some progress perhaps with India. That's at least my hope.
There you have it. Remember this conversation in 50 days when this comes around. Max, it's great to see you. Thank you for the insights today. Max Bergman, CSIS. He's director of the Europe, Russia, and Eurasia program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Just a stable of smart people at CSIS who we tap on a regular basis here. Clarifying the remarks on tariffs versus sanctions here, Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, saying that it's economic sanctions. You can also make an economic penalty. If I catch you doing it, then you have to pay. You can do tariffs, you can do sanctions. Those are both tools in the toolbox. So I guess those are interchangeable now. You learn something every day on this program. We'll assemble our panel coming up next year on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
CBS News special report. President Trump says he has another plan for ending the war in Ukraine, punishing tariffs for Vladimir Putin.
We're very, very unhappy with him, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%.
Trump has grown increasingly frustrated with the Russian president.
I always hang up and say, well, that was a nice phone call. And then missiles are launched into Kiev or some other city. I said, it's strange. And after that happens 3 or 4 times, you say, the talk doesn't mean anything.
CBS's Natalie Brand reports the tariffs are just the start.
Additional Patriot air defense systems will be sent to Ukraine. We know that's something that Ukraine's president has been pushing for as he requests additional assistance, military assistance from the U.S. and NATO allies.
CBS News special report. I'm Cammie McCormick.
The data that matters for your investments.
Shares of banks across the border gaining.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
NVIDIA, once again, the top dog.
Tesla's really taking a hit this morning.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Wind and solar stocks on the move.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
The biggest one-day decline since 2010.
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
How is Africa riding the crypto wave? Why are record coffee prices a double-edged sword? And what do China's economic woes mean for African debt? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja. Join me for Next Africa, a podcast from Bloomberg that offers a weekly dive into one business or economic story from across the continent. Listen to Next Africa on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Bitcoin broke another barrier today, soaring past $120,000 for the first time ever. Investors are pretty enthusiastic as the House of Representatives prepares to consider key legislation during its crypto week that starts today. The potential laws are aimed at providing a clearer regulatory framework for the digital asset industry. The maker of Tylenol, Neutrogena, and Listerine appears to be making some changes to appease a number of investors who've been looking for a shakeup. Kenvue says its CEO is leaving the company and it's hired advisors to review its portfolio of brands. Kenvue has faced a push from activist investors for an overhaul in how the company is structured and run ever since it was spun off from Johnson & Johnson 2 years ago. Elsewhere on the radar this week, the biggest American banks kick off earnings season. JP Morgan, Citibank, and Wells Fargo all give quarterly results tomorrow. On Wall Street, stocks are slightly higher despite President Trump's threats of 30% tariffs on Mexico and the European Union, complicating the case to buy stocks. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Masters in Business podcast, my conversation with Rich Bernstein Advisors, Rich Bernstein.
Everything we do is going to fall into some macro umbrella of one form or another. And the way to think about it is it's going to fall into 3 categories. Everything we look at is going to fall into 3 categories. Number 1 would be corporate profits. One of the things that I wrote about extensively, even when I was at Merrill and through my entire career, is I've argued that equity investors spend too much time worrying about the economy and not enough time worrying about corporate profits. The stock market doesn't really care about GDP. The stock market cares about corporate profits.
Because the GDP is reflected in profits if it's trending the right way.
GDP is going to be a contributor, but a lot of other things contribute to corporate profits. We're looking at corporate profits and profit cycles, not economic cycles. Number 2 category is going to be what we call liquidity. And liquidity is going to be anything from central banks, central bank actions, to lending standards from banks, anything that's going to allow more leverage and greater liquidity and investable assets in a stock market. And then number 3 is going to be sentiment and valuation. Now, sometimes people say, well, sentiment and valuation, why are they together? And my answer to that is
the other, right?
Yeah, my answer is that valuation is a reflection of sentiment.
Has to be.
Yeah, you can't have an overvalued asset that people hate or an undervalued asset that people love. That doesn't make any sense. Right. So valuation is going to reflect sentiment. And so what we're basically looking for, if you think about those 3 categories I just mentioned, we're looking for situations where fundamentals are improving, liquidity is adequate or getting better, and everybody hates it.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Masters in Business podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are meandering ahead of big bank earnings tomorrow morning. Traders parsing Donald Trump's latest tariff threats send stocks wavering ahead of results from the banks. Also, inflation data tomorrow morning. The S&P right now unchanged at 62.59. The Dow, little change, down 24 points, a drop of less than 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 43, up by about 0.2%. 10-year at 4.42% with a 2-year 3.89%. Gold down 0.2%, 33.48 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, 67.37 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now up 0.6%, 119,885 on Bitcoin. A downgrade this morning for JP Morgan Chase, Goldman Sachs, and Bank of America from HSBC analyst Saul Martinez. He says valuations are increasingly stretched after a rally in the bank stocks. Martinez spoke this morning with Bloomberg Surveillance.
Valuations are not attractive given still elevated macro concerns. And that is obviously one of them. I can't predict what tariff policies is going to be, but I do think the macro dynamics there is more risk than there typically is.
Among some of those bank names, JP Morgan Chase up 0.4%. JPM reports tomorrow morning. Goldman up 0.9%. Bank of America up by 0.3%. As you heard on Bloomberg Radio, President Trump says the U.S. will send more weapons to Ukraine, describing them as, quote, top-of-the-line weapons and replacements. President also says the U.S. will impose 100% secondary tariffs on Russia if there is no deal in 50 days. Recapping, the Dow lower, little changed. S&P higher, little change. NASDAQ up by 0.3%. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. The voice of Wall Street and the New York subway every day here covering the markets for us on Balance of Power. That's Charlie Pellet in New York. You can always find us, of course, on YouTube. You'd know Charlie when you saw him by going to Bloomberg Business News Live. Guidance pretty light for the president today. He took the meeting with NATO Secretary General this morning, and you saw and heard that live here on Bloomberg. He is now participating in a White House Faith Office luncheon with a very different conversation underway than the one he was having before. That might be all we see of the president on this Monday. Knowing that there's a big conversation going on behind the scenes right now about not just Ukraine, that's the one that's happening out in the open. The conversation about Jeffrey Epstein is hanging over this White House following a series of events that included maybe the longest Truth Social post I have ever seen that came out on Saturday night. The president referring to his guys and gals, asking them to calm down over all of this. And it goes, of course, back to last week. There's the Truth post. What's going on with my boys? And in some cases, gals, he wrote. They're all going after Attorney General Pam Bondi, who is doing a fantastic job, he says. We're one team, MAGA, and I don't like what's happening. Well, what's happening here is the administration's decision, and the DOJ more specifically, to not release paperwork on Jeffrey Epstein, what people thought would be a client list that was discussed openly by now many members of the administration. Prior to that, on the campaign trail, Kash Patel, right? Dan Bongino, the FBI guys, J.D. Vance, the vice president, they all said that list has got to come out. Well, it's not coming out. And so fire has been trained on Pam Bondi, the attorney general, who Laura Loomer likes to call Blondie. And reportedly, Mr. Bongino stormed out of a meeting with on Friday and hasn't been back to work since. Now, this all goes back to an interview, or much of it, in this most recent chapter, to an interview that Bondi did on Fox News. Remember when she suggested that she had the list sitting on her desk? This was February 21. Listen.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president.
Shortly after that, the binders went out. Remember the so-called MAGA influencers? They stood in front of the White House, in front of the West Wing, on White House grounds, holding up the binders, which ended up containing nothing new. And so there's a big question right now about what's going on, if the list even exists, whether this leads to resignations or firings, as we discussed earlier this hour with Laura Davison. Otherwise, this is a tabloid story, and there are a lot of networks to do that. We're curious if this impacts the lineup in this administration and therefore policy in the end. And so we assemble our political panel for their take on it. Jeannie's with us. Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And with me here in Washington, Brittany Martinez, Espina & Company founder, executive director, Principles First, our Republican strategist. Ladies, thank you so much for being here and welcome. Brittany, I don't know what you're thinking about this because it seemed inevitable if these folks were elected that this would come out. Is this a case of knowing too much when you realize what's really in there, or does this list not exist?
I love to be conspiratorial and say maybe, who knows what that list looks like, but you can't make an absolute spectacle, bring influencers to the White House, which why do we even have political influencers in the first
I don't know.
place? It shouldn't be a thing. When did being a practitioner become bad? And someone who's an expert in the field. So they bring all these weird political MAGA influencers. They do a spectacle with the binders. And now they're like, oh, just kidding, nothing. I mean, this is embarrassing. This is something that the president ran on. And they shouldn't, if they didn't know for sure whether they would have something or not, which I think we all speculated they'd probably have a little bit of something, they shouldn't have been out there like that on it. It's bad.
Well, the president went out of his way to shame the reporter who asked him about this in the cabinet meeting last week. Jeannie, what's your thought on this? Does somebody lose a job here? Bongino walked out of work. You're the deputy FBI director. You don't go to work on Friday. I don't believe he's been seen today. Or are we just talking about the wrong story? I'm trying to, and I'm asking you openly and honestly, our listeners and viewers can weigh in here too. Is this a story or not?
It is a story. And there are so many facets to it. But one facet is that this is sort of like Donald Trump's Frankenstein. He and the people he has worked with for years have inflamed these conspiracy theories. That's how he rose to prominence from many perspectives. And what did he do? He promised that once he was in office, he was going to unveil and make sense of what was happening behind the scenes with all these wealthy elites running these big swampy institutions. And guess what? He gets in there and he says, oh, look the other way. Don't look here. Nothing to talk about. You mentioned, it's sort of disregarding the question by the supporter. This means something to these people. And this is the question I'm asked all the time. Why do these folks care? These people believed Donald Trump when he said there is an order to what is going on. There is an order to this world. Put me in charge and I will tell you all about it. I will let you in on the inside. And none of that is happening. And he's going to pay the price. Again, this is Donald Trump's Frankenstein. It does come back to bite you. And it's biting him hard at this moment. And I think this story is going to get bigger.
Well, there's a question about what comes next here, and Democrats might have the answer. You both probably saw this. Mark Veazey, a Democrat from Texas, introducing legislation now. It calls for the release of the Epstein files. saying that he will tie the corruption and cronyism of the handling of the Epstein case into a broader picture of Donald Trump's agenda here. Brittany, you worked in the House of Representatives. You worked for a former speaker. Does a bill like this ever see the light of day? I'm guessing no.
I probably not, since Republicans are in the majority, though it's going to get attention. I think that, like, to Jeannie's point, I think that the story is going to continue to grow. If we have Democrats who are the opposition in this moment being able to push that narrative, it's weird. It's weird that they ran on something and now all of a sudden, very conveniently, there's nothing to share. And as to the point of, is there too much information? Listen, I'm not going to, speculate and be sued. However, as an American, when you've been telling me, Mr. President, that we're releasing the files, all your people are telling us their files are going to be out there, and all of a sudden you're giving us nothing. I mean, that's bad politics.
Well, you wonder if there is also, an instance or many instances where people, victims of assault, of abuse, may need to be protected, which is why you shouldn't promise to release a lot of things before you see them, right?
Yeah.
Jeannie, I'm going to come back around on you here because Joe Biden is in the news as well. We're doing all the dirty laundry in this segment here. Did you see he sat for an interview for the first time since winning the White House with the New York Times? Donald Trump calls the fake news New York Times, although he liked this story. It came up in the Oval earlier today, the question of the auto pen. So, Jeannie, Joe Biden in a phone call, and this was, I think, only a 10-minute phone call, pushing back on this idea that he had no idea what was being signed with the auto pen, and specifically with the pardons. Remembering there were like 4,000 pardons in one batch toward the end of his administration. He said he made every single one of the clemency decisions. The auto pen was used, quote, because there were a lot of them. But Jeannie, he also did not, as it turns out, individually approve each name. These were categorical pardons that applied to large numbers of people. So he set the parameters, and then certain people fell within them. Rather than ask Mr. Biden to keep signing revised versions, I read in the Times, his staff waited and then ran the final version through the auto pen, which they saw as a routine procedure. Donald Trump calls this the biggest political scandal in the last 100 years. Jeannie, how do you react to this?
I think so many Democrats right now are shaking their head. This is very reminiscent of Joe Biden's tendency during the Harris campaign to come out at the most inopportune times. I mean, Donald Trump is having a bad few hours and few days. And what does Joe Biden do? Decides to give his first New York Times interview since he was elected to office. It's stunning. So it's not what any Democrat wants to see. And certainly it's the best news Donald Trump has had in about 48 hours. That said, I do think this is a potential problem for Joe Biden. We don't know how many former presidents have done this categorical approach to doing this, but that is not likely the way this is supposed to happen. People are tried in this country individually. They should, I believe, be pardoned individually and not categorically by staff members. So whether, I don't believe it's the biggest scandal in 100 years by any estimation, but I do think this is something that we deserve clarity on. Has it been done in the past? And going forward, how should it be done? Because categorical pardons seem to me to be a violation of a power given by the framers that's critically important and should be exercised judiciously and properly.
The idea of a categorical pardon, I'm guessing, would rub a lot of people the wrong way. Although we did see, I don't know, was it not a categorical pardon when President Trump went after the January 6 rioters? That was kind of an en masse because he said it would take too long to go through each individual case. But let's stay with Joe Biden right now in this case. Brittany, does he have a problem here? And what is with Joe Biden's timing? Constantly ready to light himself on fire when Democrats think they're ahead.
Just go enjoy your ice cream in Delaware, please. I'm not really sure why he thought this was an opportune time to come forward. I think there are a few concerns here. So one is that, well, first of all, auto pens exist. Presidents have used them, members of Congress have used them, but the way in which it's being used for these categorical pardons, that's the issue number one. The second issue is that because we are concerned about his potential mental decline. So that's issue number two. Ultimately, though, yes, your point about the pardons in January 6th, we're not talking about that, but why was it okay in the case with President Trump and not with Biden? I'm not saying that I agree with what happened with Biden, and I certainly didn't agree with Trump on this one, but I think that Trump is known to be deflector in chief. So he doesn't want us to talk about tariffs. He doesn't want us to talk about the Epstein files. And so what does he choose to talk about? these auto pen things with
And Joe Biden showed up just in time to give it to him.
Perfect. Thank you. Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't write this stuff in advance.
Literally, it's like an episode of Veep. Yeah.
It's an episode of Veep, which is a problem, Jeannie, if you're Joe Biden here. What has to happen with the auto pen? Does Joe Biden need to have Anita Dunn do an interview, or who was around him at the time that the president's talking about? Shouldn't they set the record straight?
I do think that this is something, if you look at it, Article 1, Congress has oversight. They are looking into this. I don't think many Democrats or the people from the Biden administration feel comfortable with the way that is going. But that is really where the power rests of oversight. And I think we need clarity on this, not for the past necessarily for Biden's administration, but going forward, because there's one thing to use the auto pen to sign letters to school children or something along those lines. But when you're using it specifically in the pardons and they're categorical, that does raise questions. Again, this gets back to our judicial process, rather. What is justice? We are tried individually, convicted individually. You presumably are pardoned individually, not as a group. And Donald Trump should answer the same questions about January 6th.
I'm guessing James Comer isn't going to get Joe Biden up before the Oversight Committee anytime soon. We've got a great panel here. Brittany Martinez and Jeannie Shanzano. They'll be back in our second hour as we welcome our global television audience to the conversation. We're going to talk about rescissions, which may be morphing before our eyes. This effort to claw back already approved funding, that's coming up next, right here on Bloomberg.
Wall Street prepares for the latest read on inflation.
Underlying inflation rose by less than forecast.
What will the numbers mean for the Fed's July meeting?
Is inflation still coming down even if we don't know the timeline?
Instant reaction on Bloomberg surveillance.
Investors are trying to factor in tariffs.
The news flow is extraordinary.
Inflation in focus. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 Eastern. Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, and always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. NVIDIA says the U.S. should reduce its technological dependency on other countries. In an interview with CNN that aired Sunday, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang said the U.S. should invest more in manufacturing. Months ago, President Trump announced a $600 million investment into chip-making technology in the U.S., courtesy of Taiwan's semiconductor manufacturing company. California-based NVIDIA currently has chip manufacturing plants in Arizona and Texas. Meta has acquired artificial intelligence startup Play AI. A spokesperson for the Facebook parent company confirmed the acquisition to Bloomberg over the weekend. Meta was reportedly attracted to Play AI's work in creating natural voices and its easy voice creation. And the film studio behind the Dune trilogy and a Minecraft movie is considering a takeover of the entertainment company that owns the rights to popular film franchises, including John Wick, Hunger Games, and Twilight. Sources tell Bloomberg Legendary Entertainment has approached Lionsgate Studios about a deal. Both companies declined to comment. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
The names that matter to global Wall Street are on Bloomberg Radio.
I think technology drives everything. And the question is, whose technology? What's their vision?
Economics Nobel Prize winner and MIT professor Simon Johnson on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Focus on inclusive prosperity. How are you getting more good jobs created for more people?
For the biggest names in economics, listen weekday mornings at 7 Eastern at your number one source for business news. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
I'm Shonali Basak, and I have a new show. It's called Bullish, and it's about the future of Wall Street. Join me and Ken Griffin, Boaz Weinstein, Melody Hobson, Jane Fraser, and others as I explore Wall Street South, the rise of influencers. Oh, and I learned how to count cards.
Another black tie.
Oh my God, this is amazing TV.
Watch Bullish Tuesdays on Bloomberg.com or tune in live at 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg TV and 8 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals.
Get instant access to the financial and political news of Europe every business day.
We watch sterling now shooting up.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition.
The European Central Bank's fight to tame inflation isn't over.
Available now on your podcast feed each weekday morning by 7 a.m. in London. Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
A cautious ECB.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe Edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver.
and I dedicate a lot of my time going fast. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently or having trouble with routine tasks. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together. Visit alz.org/time to talk. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio. Live from Washington, D.C., this is Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
President Trump clears more weapons for Ukraine, but the U.S. will not pay for them. Welcome to the Monday edition of Balance of Power. As President Trump makes the announcement alongside the Secretary General of NATO today, while also delaying possible sanctions against Russia for some 50 days. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington, where Ukraine is our top story today. Kaylee, the president leaning into this story in a way that we haven't heard him yet.
Well, absolutely, as he continually is expressing frustration with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Not only is the U.S. now sending more weapons to Ukraine via NATO, which will actually distribute them and pay for them, according to President Trump, but ramping up potentially the economic pressure as well. That is, if a deal can't be reached in this 50-day window. If no such deal is reached, that's when 100% secondary tariffs kick in, specifically secondary tariffs, not secondary sanctions, were the words of the president.
Although it appears the administration might be using those words interchangeably, as we heard from Howard Lutnick in a chance to clarify that. It kind of sounds like the same thing. He might have meant tariff when he said sanctions, and then maybe there's no difference in their eyes. Either way, it's not a 2-week delay this time. It's a 50-day delay. And those weapons that we're sending in some cases will come from our European allies and will backfill their supplies. So there are a couple of layers here and complexities to this deal. It kind of reminds us of we'll build a wall and have Mexico pay for it.
Well, yeah, that's a very good point. There's also the question of what this does to the congressional effort to enact more sanctions on Russia, that bill being spearheaded by Senator Lindsey Graham that would have 500% secondary tariffs on countries that are helping Russia. President Trump seemed to suggest that 500, 100, there's no real difference. They'll have the same effect.
Hard to tell how that all comes together here, but we're going to explore this coming up with some smart folks, including retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery. I'm looking forward to this conversation, Kaylee, not only about the weapons, the equipment, as President Trump likes to call it, used here, but exactly how this arrangement is going to work.
Yeah, so that conversation is coming up in just a few moments, but we begin as always with a check on financial markets. And for a look at that, we turn to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
And a good day from New York. Trade, tariffs, sanctions, certainly very much in focus, helping drive today's sentiment. But right now, we're looking at the S&P very close to session highs as President Trump says he is open to trade talks. The S&P right now pushing higher by 6 points, 62.66 where we stand. That is a gain of 0.1%. The Dow also higher by 24 points now, up by 0.1%. NASDAQ up 66, up by about 0.3%. Our Mag 7 index up 0.2%. The 10-year ahead of bank earnings 4.42%. The 2-year 3.89%. Gold lower little change, down 0.2%, 33.48. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.7%, 67.29 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now higher by 1% at 120,260. Have been closing in on 122,000 earlier in the session, but right now Bitcoin showing a gain of 1%. Sources tell Bloomberg Autodesk is no longer pursuing an acquisition of PTC, which would have ranked as one of this year's largest deals. Shares of Autodesk, they are gaining on that word, up by 5.6%. PTC is lower by 1.7%. Recapping, stocks higher across the board. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing as we continue to monitor any and all tariff or sanction developments. S&P up 7, up 0.1%. Back we go to Washington. Balance of Power continues now. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines.
All right, Charlie Pellet, I think the answer is both and. It's both sanctions developments and tariff developments potentially as we consider. Obviously, the tariffs that the president is now threatening will take effect August 1st against various trading partners, including 30% for Mexico and Canada, but also the tariffs that the president is now threatening against countries that help Russia. Secondary tariffs is how he was phrasing this as he sat down in the Oval Office earlier today with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte.
But we're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%. I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there. So based on that, we're going to be doing secondary tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. It's very simple. And they'll be at 100%. And that's the way it is.
Indeed, when you look at the definitions for tariff and sanctions, they are sort of different, but they are both, I guess, financial penalties. We can agree on that.
Economic leverage.
Economic leverage. He's pulling economic levers. Let's see if Kate Sullivan knows about this. She actually covers the White House for Bloomberg. Kate, we're just using these interchangeably here. We know, I think, what he's talking about. Kaylee brings up a great point. We've got the weapons component here. That's a big deal. Because it would go beyond the drawdown that the president currently has. It would go beyond the summer. NATO pays for it. And we can certainly talk more about that. We will with the Rear Admiral in terms of what it is that they'll be buying. Right. But when it comes to sanctions, as Kaylee asked, what does this mean for the effort that's underway on Capitol Hill? Lindsey Graham's got a bill that the president seemed to like last week. Does he still?
It's really interesting. So one thing we heard Trump just say was, I don't know if we're really going to need that, which I think is really interesting because he's not shooting it down. He's still open to it. But I think you heard him say, if we do it this way with the tariffs or sanctions, I know Lutnick was talking about how he's got these different economic tools in his toolbox. These things in his toolbox, he would not need congressional approval for. So I think we're still waiting to see whether he's going to go that route, or it seems like he's still trying to keep all the options on the table. But it was interesting that he said, we might not need that when it comes to what's going on Capitol Hill.
Yeah. Well, and he's essentially said once you get to 500, that incrementally doesn't make a difference. That 100 is still going to have potentially a similar effect in terms of the tariff rate. When we consider the countries that this is likely to affect, Kate, is the end target here China? Is it India, who, of course, is still trying to work separately on trade with the United States? Because he didn't necessarily get specific, but I'm assuming he's talking about purchasers of oil and gas from Russia.
Right. I think so. I mean, we still don't know. And so I wouldn't want to get ahead of that. I think we're still trying to press the White House to find out more details on, but I think that definitely could be part of this. I mean, I think there are a bunch of different angles here. And when it comes to just, putting this pressure on Russia to end the war, because this is something that Trump promised over and over again on the campaign trail was something that he could do in 24 hours. And, I think we've seen the frustration about how Putin has been handling this just really bubbling up over the last few months. And so I think definitely that could be part of this year.
You wonder how this potentially colors any trade deal that could be in the works with India right now, knowing that India would suffer greatly from secondary sanctions if, in fact, they were put in place. You've got an August 1 deadline, though, on India for reciprocal tariffs. I suppose that could move again. 50 days for Russia. So maybe they don't bump into each other. Is that something the White House is cognizant of?
The short answer is I'm not sure. I think, we're still trying to see how this is all going to play out and how this is going to affect. I mean, there's so many different deals that they're working on. As you mentioned, there are things that, are threatened and then pulled back. There are moving deadlines. And so I think there's a lot up in the air right now. But what we did hear today from Trump, I think, was just a very, clear message when it comes to increasing frustration with Vladimir Putin. A huge reversal. I mean, this weapons package to the deal, I think was just, it's so stunning to think that, even just a few months ago, to think that the U.S. would be providing more weapons to Ukraine, although, of course, that's not how they're framing it. It's that NATO is going to buy the weapons. And then so I think the framing of it as a business deal is really important here because, his base doesn't want to be sending weapons to Ukraine. And this is something that he talked about on the campaign trail so much. And to have it kind of structured as, this is a business deal. We're going to make money off of this. And then this is really kind of NATO's problem now is just, I thought was really interesting and gave him a lot of political cover.
Yeah. He was very clear that the U.S. is not paying for these, that they are being paid for. Does that signal that as much as he may be growing increasingly frustrated with Vladimir Putin and with the fact that this war is still ongoing, that he does not yet find himself ready to be pushing Congress, say, for more actual assistance to Ukraine to be passed?
That's right. And I think, up until now, all of the weapons and assistance that was being sent to Ukraine had been, authorized under the Biden administration. And so there were no new weapons packages that Trump had approved that were going over there. So this is extremely significant because I think, even though, he's not ready to really own this. And I think the language that he was using today, he was saying this is Biden's war. This is the Democrats' war. This is not a Trump war, is very important because I think he's very aware of the perception that if the U.S. starts sending weapons directly to Ukraine, that he's, gonna be hurt by that politically. He doesn't want to do that. He doesn't want to push Congress to do that. But this is, a thing that, we heard him talk about this last week, and it's been happening over the past few days with this rollout of this announcement. But it's just a really interesting and very Trump way to kind of handle this foreign policy. And I think is really colored by his also personal relationships with foreign leaders, with Rutte and with Vladimir Putin, his personal feelings when it comes to these people, I think is playing a big role here too.
Never forget when he screenshotted the texts from Mark Rutte before the NATO summit.
Yes, he
when
did.
Rutte was praising him, just posted it right on True Social. Kate Sullivan, who covers the White House for us here at Bloomberg, thank you so much. Shedding some light on the thinking, perhaps from this administration around the weapons package that was announced today that NATO, of course, will be handling. Here's how the president phrased it in the Oval Office earlier.
It's everything. It's Patriots. It's all of them. It's a full complement with the batteries.
And when do you expect them to arrive in Ukraine, sir?
Well, we're going to have some come very soon, within days, actually, because a couple of the countries that have Patriots are going to swap over and will replace the Patriots with the ones they have. And Matt will coordinate with NATO. But so it's going to be, they're going to start arriving very soon.
And we want to get more on these weapon systems that are going to be heading Ukraine's way, whatever the route is. Of course, this route through NATO, and turn to retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, who's joining us now here on Bloomberg TV and radio. He's a former destroyer squadron commander, now senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Admiral, thank you for being here on Balance of Power. When we consider these Patriot missile systems themselves, the idea that the U.S. will be backfilling countries that send these systems to Ukraine, how quickly can we actually do so? What kind of capacity exists in this regard right now?
Well, thanks for having me. This is the real challenge. That the president's language was a little non-specific, as was Rutte's, and conflicting. But I will tell you, we can get them there quickly through either of the two routes that were mentioned. The one route of the Europeans transfer their PAC-2, that's a lower level type of Patriot missile, to the Ukrainians, what the Ukrainians could use very easily, and then backfill and order them from the United States to refill the European armory, or the United States could transfer them, and then NATO pays, the European countries pay the United States for the United States to replenish itself. Either of those methods gets them there much quicker than a Ukrainian order from the from a defense industrial base country, which would be years. Either of these cases, he says, could be weeks to months to have missiles and batteries transferring to Ukraine.
Admiral, we're really glad to have you with us today, because before you were on the USS Nimitz, the USS McCampbell, the USS Elliott, the USS Bainbridge, and I can keep going, the Teddy Roosevelt, you were on the National Security Council at the White House, late 90s. And when we look back a couple of years here, how do we rationalize the fact that we've been having this conversation about our defense industrial base for decades, and we really don't have a greater capacity to show for it? Was this not something that you were talking about that many years ago inside the White House?
No, you're exactly right. I think we've got about a 20-year deficit, particularly in our munitions. And that's what we're talking about here, whether it's Patriot missiles here, the Standard missiles the Navy was using to shoot down Houthi rebel cruise missiles, or the offensive weapons that we were using against the Houthis or have used in other locales. We were running at about 25% of the proper level of munitions order. In other words, when we needed 4, we ordered 1. When you do that over 20 years, you really create a deficit. And worse, you tell the defense industrial base companies, I'm not going to do major orders, and they reduce their ability to produce. So what you've seen over the last 3 years are pretty consistent from the supplemental, the Ukraine supplemental, Taiwan supplemental a couple years ago, this year's budget and next year's budget, actual investments in the defense industrial base where the United States is contributing to defense industrial base companies like Lockheed and Raytheon and Northrop Grumman to expand their ability, their capacity to produce. They obviously contribute. And so we are beginning to grow our capacity. But this is a 20-year deficit. The only deficit that's worse is the European one, which almost went to zero.
Well, and now, of course, Europeans are trying to step up in their own defense spending category, which is one of the main aims of this administration. That was a point emphasized by Secretary General Rutte in the Oval Office with the president earlier. As we consider the kind of allied capacity, if you will, I also would like to ask you, Admiral, about Russia's capacity and specifically the supply of weapons that Russia is still getting from countries like North Korea. How should we be considering Russia's ability to continue to replenish its own stocks, continue striking Ukraine, often civilian targets, and how it's matched against the assistance Ukraine is now getting in terms of air defenses?
Well, that's a great question, Kelly, because you're exactly right. Ukraine is fighting 4 countries: Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China. And in fact, Russia today is firing more artillery from North Korea than their own. In other words, the majority of the artillery being used by Russia is North Korean. North Korea gave about 6 million rounds, which is 20 years of U.S. production, to the Russians. Iran has built a Shahed drone factory in Russia. After giving them thousands of their own Shahed drones or selling them, they now have a factory there producing it. That's what's hammering the Ukrainian cities every night. And the third thing is China has been backstopping the economy with increases in imports and exports, but equally importantly, providing the microelectronics that are used in Russian cruise and ballistic missiles. So all 3 of these countries, as axis of authoritarians, are supporting the 4th, Russia, in this fight. And that's who Ukraine's been going against. So that's probably why it's appropriate for the United States and Europe to assist with at least with equipment, but not forces.
It's incredible to consider 4 countries. You know, Bloomberg interviewed the head of Ukrainian military intelligence, Admiral, who said North Korea is now supplying as much as 40% of Russia's ammunition in this war. You mentioned the shells that we're having trouble manufacturing as quickly, but they're prepared at least to send a lot of other stuff: ballistic missiles, artillery systems. Russia, of course, providing money and technology to North Korea in return. What's the weapon system you're most worried about? And could we see them include nukes coming from Pyongyang?
So, well, certainly I not nukes, because, not that Russia would use them, but they have their own tactical nukes already. But I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's something we should always be sensitive to. But the North Korean thing, that the North Korean weapons that bother me the most are, in fact, the artillery rounds. You're exactly right. But what bothers me even more than those are those Shahed drones. Shahed drones from Iran and the factory that was built in Russia are really putting pressure on the Ukrainian air defense system, and they're causing civilian casualties and damage to critical infrastructure. Energy, water, the financial systems of Ukraine are hit every night. And so, to me, that Iranian drone and that North Korean artillery are really making a difference in hurting the Ukrainians.
Well, and as you point to the targets that Russia is taking aim at in Ukraine, obviously part of the objective here, Admiral, is to wear on Ukrainian morale. Do you sense that we reach a point where that is effective, where Ukraine's kind of desire to keep prosecuting or defending itself in this war is going to diminish? Is Russia being effective in that regard?
So I don't think so. And here's why I say that. I go to Ukraine every quarter for a couple of weeks to do training with their military and their general staff. And I am convinced the Ukrainians won't lose. That doesn't mean they can push Russia out. It doesn't mean they can recapture Crimea, but they won't lose. They're losing incrementally, a kilometer here, a kilometer there of land, but they have the societal resilience to stay in this fight and win. They just need access to weapons. And that's what President Trump gave them today. He gave them access to weapon systems that they need. The one thing I wish he had gone one step further and given them access to some of our offensive weapons again, the ATACMS, long-range artillery. That would have been great, because then they could break up Russian formations when they're coming together in Russia by waiting till they're very close to the Ukrainian lines.
Yeah.
We want to stay in touch with you, Admiral. Let us know when you're going back to Ukraine. retired Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery, Senior Fellow, the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. We thank you for the insights, only here on Bloomberg. And make sure to subscribe to the Balance of Power podcast. Go to Apple, Spotify, or wherever you do your podcast. Find Balance of Power, subscribe. Watch us live on Bloomberg Originals, on YouTube, and anytime at Bloomberg.com.
Bloomberg Radio is where you are. Get live business news and market headlines from anywhere 24 hours a day on your mobile device. Listen on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, SiriusXM 121, and the Bloomberg Terminal.
Join us in Atlanta or via live stream on August 12th for Bloomberg's Business Value of AI event and networking reception. This event will gather business and technology executives to share their experiences and provide insight into how to best use data to optimize the customer experience. You'll also learn how companies have successfully implemented AI agents that have led to improved productivity and profitability. This program is proudly sponsored by IBM. Register at bloomberglive.com/AI/Atlanta.
One question.
Here's why Iran is losing its influence.
One topic.
Here's why ESG isn't dead yet.
One succinct explanation.
Here's why trade wars are easier to start than finish.
Join Stephen Carroll for Here's Why, the podcast that takes one news story.
Here's why DeepSeek is a wake-up call.
And explains it in just a few minutes.
Here's why governments keep piling up debt.
Subscribe to Here's Why on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, America's flood mitigation math problem. Host Sarah Holder examines what the disaster in Kerr County, Texas, reveals about the growing risk of flooding across the country as the climate changes.
Flooding is the most expensive natural disaster we face.
Joshua Sachs is the director of the adaptation program at the Georgetown Climate Center.
And it can destroy communities. It not only impacts loss of life, but someone's home traditionally is their majority of their wealth.
As we have warmer temperatures, the atmosphere can hold more water, more moisture. And so then when you have these storms, they're able to dump more rain.
Zara Hirji covers climate for Bloomberg, and she spends a lot of time thinking about how our understanding of risk is currently evolving in a warming world.
So Texas is actually a state that has a ton of resources. It has one of the best emergency response capabilities in the country.
Zara says Texas is the gold standard when it comes to its emergency response capabilities, but it also faces a wide variety of disaster risks, from hurricanes to extreme heat. And even if it has a lot of money to spend on disaster response, it faces difficult choices about how to spend it. And on the ground, localities face their own budgetary trade-offs. We know, for example, that Kerr County considered installing a warning system that could have involved sirens in high-risk areas, but it didn't.
We've heard from officials in Texas that one of the reasons why they had not built a flood detection warning system is because of the cost. So it was Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly who told the New York Times that local residents whose taxes wound up to fund such a system balked at it.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at the best level of the day right now on the S&P 500 index, right to the numbers. We're up 10 now on the S&P at 6270. That is a gain of just about 0.2%. The Dow up 44, higher by 0.1%, while the NASDAQ Composite Index is up 81 for NASDAQ, a gain of 0.4%. Our Mag 7 Index up 0.3%. The 10-year 4.42%. The 2-year, 3.89% ahead of bank earnings tomorrow morning. Spot gold down $6 the ounce, $33.49. Drop there of 0.2%. A retreat for crude. West Texas Intermediate now slumping by 2%, $62.12 a barrel. And Bitcoin up 0.9% at $120,139 on Bitcoin. Tesla facing a federal jury today. Tesla's on trial in Florida over claims that the company is partly to blame for a fatal 2019 crash that occurred when the autopilot system in a Model S allegedly failed to detect a parked SUV. Tesla shares, they're up 0.7%. And again, Bitcoin has breached $1 $120,000 for the first time. Investor enthusiasm showing few signs of dimming as the House of Representatives prepares to consider key industry legislation. Again, bears repeating, we did see Bitcoin closing in on 122,000. Right now, Bitcoin 120,196. Balance of Power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Checking on all asset classes for us. But yes, noting those incredible moves in crypto with Bitcoin north of 120,000 just in time for Crypto Week in the House of Representatives. Or maybe it's because it's Crypto Week in the House of Representatives, Joe, is that those lawmakers are gearing up to vote on 3 separate pieces of legislation pertaining to the industry this week. They'll, of course, be voting to pass the Genius Act, which passed the United States Senate earlier, that will regulate stablecoins, specifically looking to pass the Clarity Act, which is a market structure bill, divvy up jurisdiction between the SEC and CFTC, and pass some anti-CBDC legislation as well. Crypto Week.
Yes. Don't you miss when she was hosting the crypto show? This is like the old Kaylee coming out. But I have to admit, you're the first person I asked when I walked in today, what the heck is going on? $120,000 is a really big deal. Wouldn't it be like us in Washington to really take credit for that? But there could be something to this here. The fact that it's being institutionalized on this level, you see Congressman French Hill doing Sunday morning TV talking about crypto. We're in a different world than we would have been a year ago.
Yeah, well, the whole idea is that especially if you get the regulatory clarity the industry has been pushing for years, that could open up all sorts of doors in terms of institutional appetite for cryptocurrencies if there's a greater clarity on the regulatory front. This is what they've been lobbying for.
That's for sure. You certainly hear a lot about that. We heard a lot of $1 million price targets floating around over the weekend too. And this is the type of thing that gets that talk started. So let's get our panel together here today. We're going to get into the crypto week and also the rescissions package that's looming on Capitol Hill, whether it ever sees the light of day. We're going to ask Jeannie Shanzano about this, Bloomberg Politics contributor and senior democracy fellow with the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Great to have Jeannie with us alongside Brittany Martinez, Republican strategist, founder, executive director, Espina and Company, runs Principles First. And it's great to have you with us as well, Brittany. Jeannie, is this real? Is Washington really deserving of the credit for $120,000 on Bitcoin?
Well, you know, I think what's deserving of the credit is the enormous amount of lobbying that went into this bill. And you were just talking about this with Kaylee. I was looking back at the contributions that stablecoin and Bitcoin made in the last election to both sides of the aisle. It was one of the largest groups donating in 2024, and this has been the case for many cycles. And so I think what it reinforces is you give money to representatives and senators, you will get bipartisan support for legislation that you like. And that's what we saw in the Senate. And that's what we suspect we're going to see in the House. I don't know what it says about Washington, D.C., whether they should be trumpeting credit, but they took in a lot of money and they're delivering on those promises.
Well, and we should point out that this also was an objective for President Trump. He wants to see this legislation passing. He wants to be the most pro-crypto president in history. Brittany, when we consider, though, that this is not budget reconciliation, it's going to require Democrats to get this across the finish line, certainly in the Senate. What incentive do Democrats have, even those who might be pro-crypto, to cooperate with Republicans on this legislation, having just gotten steamrolled in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act?
I think you'll probably see pushback from Democrats, honestly. It's always going to happen, but certainly in an administration like this, to Jeannie's point, it's about follow the money. Are you getting donations from this? And it shouldn't affect the way that you legislate, but we're in DC. I think we know that it kind of affects the way that you legislate a little bit. And I think that crypto's here to stay. And so if Democrats, I think the one thing that might be able to sort of get them across this finish line is, do you want to help usher in this new age? Do you want to be innovative and part of this? And I think that might be able to sway some hearts and minds.
You wonder if it's important enough for Republicans to entertain this Democratic idea of kind of writing Donald Trump out of the industry, that there would be some sort of curbs put on his involvement, but that's not ever going to happen, is it?
I mean, I think, listen, this is the most Bloomberg-y topic I think I've ever talked about here when it comes to crypto. Yeah. But, Bitcoin and all of those like fancy money terms with this virtual money and currency, we saw what I think are some very clear ethical issues when it comes to the Trump coin and all of those sort of things like that. And I think it would be smart for Republicans to say this is bigger than all of us and, maybe have him take a back seat on this. But no, I mean, this is a Trump show. And so I'm sure he'll be very much out in the front of his.
Yeah, well, we should point out that at the same time, it's crypto week for House Republicans. For Maxine Waters, the ranking member of the House Financial Services Committee, I believe she's calling this anti-crypto corruption week as she pushes this narrative, Jeannie, that this is an ethical problem, that President Trump stands to benefit potentially from this legislation financially. And I wonder if you expect that to be too big of a hurdle for many Democrats to get over, to get to yes on these bills.
You know, I think it is the one thing that is putting pressure the other way on this bill. World, liberty, financial, everything else. By the way, I love Brittany's word, Bloomberg topic. I can't even say it, but it's a great word, great term. You know, the reality is, though, they planned for this. They saw this coming. And that's why, again, look at the money, look at the contributions that went just in 2024. They'll go again in 2026. This has been ratcheting up for a long time across the aisle. And I think in the end, that will keep enough Democrats on board, despite concerns about ethics, which are incredibly real. I think that'll keep enough Democrats on board that this thing will get passed into the president's desk. I think it's an old story in Washington, and it is particularly troubling. I mean, one of the ironies here is, for such a new way of doing business and a new introduction into the financial world, something that only, you know, my kids told me about and said, you should have invested in 2010 or whenever it started, which I never did. All of a sudden, they have made inroads into the oldest establishment in Congress, and they've done it the old-fashioned way. I mean, it's pretty telling, and it will probably be successful.
Wow, that's pretty good, Jeannie. Well, we talked about a bunch of deadlines earlier in the broadcast. We've got the 1st of August when it comes to reciprocal tariffs. Now, Donald Trump has a 50-day pause or waiting period on Russia sanctions. There's another big one, Kaylee, July 18.
Friday.
That's when the rescissions package expires, Friday. So they have the rest of this week to claw back $9.5 billion that we've been talking about. And it's just not as easy as it is said, as it turns out here. Brittany, the idea of clawing back congressionally approved funding, whether it's NPR or USAID, PEPFAR funding, this is very controversial. Forget the $2 trillion that the Doge was going to cut. It looks like this actually might not pass in its current form and will have to be revamped. Is that how it ends?
I think there's a good chance here. I mean, this Congress has been nothing but surprising. So it wouldn't surprise me if it passed. It wouldn't surprise me if it didn't pass.
Yeah.
But what I will say is that once again, we find the Senate, and especially Republicans in the Senate, pushing back. And they're sort of the ones who are going to be the deciders here. I know that Collins has some concerns. And the broadcast, I think that is going to be a big issue. USAID, I think those are going to be the top things that Republicans are looking at, especially senators who are representing rural areas where broadcasting is important. And we need to make sure that Americans know what's going on. And the last thing I'll say on this is that, you know, I have the privilege to come and share my opinions sometimes and commentate on things, but I'm not a reporter. I'm not a journalist. And when I see Trump saying NPR and you know, PBS and they're worse than the mainstream media, whatever, it just feels like not only is it a hit on freedom of speech, but free press. And so I think that's going to be a big concern for the constitutional Republicans that are in office.
Well, so Jeannie, knowing that those Republicans who may have those concerns are also being faced with the threat from the president directly to lose his support and endorsement if they don't get behind this, how do you think ultimately they all will come down?
I think it's going to be close. You know, I think we will see, if this has a chance of passing, I do think we're going to see some changes on the public broadcasting, because they can only afford to lose 3. And you have a number of rural Republican senators right in the wake, let's not forget, of the devastation in Texas when communication was such an important issue. How can they look at their constituents and justify cutting funds? And it's not a lot of funds, but cutting what little funds go to public broadcasting in those areas, which are for many people in those areas, their only lines of communication. I think USAID, we may see some changes. And then to your and Joe's earlier point, can they do this all and jam the House and get it passed into the president's desk by the 18th? It's going to be short. So I think the president is threatening. They want to get this through. Russ Vought is working as hard as he can. But this one, I think, is going to be close. My guess is we see changes out of the Senate. They try to jam the House. And we'll see if Mike Johnson has the magic touch once again.
No, the parliamentarian might have to have a say in this by the time they're done, which is something we're familiar with at the moment. Brittany, do you buy the conventional wisdom that if Republicans pass the rescissions package, a deal with Democrats on a budget is dead in the water because you've just eliminated whatever trust there was, and there isn't a lot right now?
I don't think there's a lot right now. You're right. I mean, it's Congress. I think that we're always speculating, whose side people are on and if they're going to be able to come across. But when it comes to that, I kind of, but I'm sorry. I feel like when it comes to this issue right now and what we saw, especially with the One Big Beautiful Bill, there's not a lot of goodwill at the moment. Right. And so I think Democrats are just going to vote party line as much as they can. And I don't think this is any different.
Well, I wonder how the pressure of the government shutting down potentially changes the calculus there. Jeannie, before we let you go, as well as Brittany just mentioned, the One Big Beautiful Bill, of course, around a budget reconciliation. Our colleague David Gura caught up with the budget chair in the House, Jody Arrington, in New York earlier today, who suggested he's going to try to do a second budget bill by the end of the year, a follow-up with some new reductions in Medicare, fix any errors from the first one. We know how hard the first one was. Do you really see the odds of a second being able to pass in 2025?
I don't know, Kaylee, strap in. We're going to do it all over again. I can't see them being able to do this all over again, but I think these were promises made to people uncomfortable with the bill. So I think they're going to give it a shot. I'm not confident it gets over the line, but we heard the same from Vogt as well about the rescissions, where this is the first of what's going to be many. So I think these are promises. I'm not sure they're going to be able to keep them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we'll all find out together. Jeannie Shanzano and Brittany Martinez, our political panel, as we kick things off the week in Washington on this Monday. Thank you both so much for joining us. And of course, Joe, we've heard the speaker float that as well, that we could get more reconciliation packages.
That's
the question is just how hard fought those battles would be.
Ask Joe Biden how easy it is to get two swings at reconciliation in the same Congress. We'll talk more about this, of course, as we make our way through the day. And this idea that the walls are closing in on Jay Powell, it's intensifying what we're hearing from the White House. We'll have more on that next on Bloomberg.
CBS News Brief. President Trump today threatened near 100% tariffs on Russia's trading partners if there's no deal to end the invasion of Ukraine within 50 days.
I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there.
Trump didn't give specifics on how the tariffs would be implemented. The investigation continues into the cause of a fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts, that killed 9 people last night. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
Crews were met with heavy fire coming through the main entrance and multiple people hanging out the windows looking to be rescued.
European trade ministers met today to talk about Trump's surprise announcement of 30% tariffs on the EU. Denmark's Foreign Minister Lars Rasmussen.
We are dealing with a counterpart who is, to put it diplomatic, not as predictable as one could wish.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
Bloomberg Surveillance, your home for insight on international relations. With guests like Yale Law School senior fellow Stephen Roach.
China is still heavily dependent on exports.
Brown University professor Wendy Schiller.
The president cannot just create immigration law.
And Nicholas Burns, former U.S. ambassador to China.
We have to count on our allies, and we have to be respectful of our allies.
Bloomberg Surveillance, weekday mornings at 7 Eastern. On YouTube, the Bloomberg Business app, and always on Bloomberg Radio.
The global leader in business and financial news is now live on YouTube.
The live chat yesterday was very kind.
Watch Bloomberg Radio all day.
There are no such things as slow news days.
For market news, conversation, and insight from Bloomberg's signature radio shows, Surveillance, Bloomberg Intelligence, Balance of Power, and Business Week.
This story is among our most read.
Bloomberg Radio. Watch us every business day, live on YouTube. Go to the Bloomberg podcast page and click on the live feed. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Oil fell after President Trump reignited his global trade war, even though his latest plan to pressure Russia didn't include new measures aimed directly at hindering Moscow's energy exports. Trump threatened tariffs on goods from the EU and Mexico, hurting the outlook for energy demand, and also threatened secondary tariffs on countries that do business with Russia if there's no ceasefire with Ukraine in 50 days. India's Civil Aviation Authority has ordered an inspection of cockpit fuel switches on Boeing 737 and 787 aircraft. It follows last week's report on the cause of an Air India 787 crash that revealed that the fuel supply switches on the aircraft were turned off immediately after the plane took off. And General Motors and LG Energy Solutions plan to add more battery production lines at their joint venture plant in Tennessee to make lower cost cells starting in late 2027. The new LFP batteries will enable GM to make more lower priced electric vehicles. The news comes as most automakers are pulling back on electric vehicle investments in the U.S. market. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Benjamin Laidler, Bradesco.
I think the market has sort of made its peace with, something like 10. I think the reality here is, though, we may end up at double that. And to your earlier point, the market's at 22 times earnings. That's above average. The VIX is at 16 last time I looked, well below average. I think that's just a very vulnerable, setup. As I say, I'd probably buy any significant weakness. Looking further out, I wouldn't want to bet against corporate America. I would certainly be buying the rest of the world, where you have a sort of double discount of sort of cheaper currencies and cheaper valuations. But yes, I think this could be a sort of long, hot summer with a bit of volatility.
This is a bet I'd never heard. Are you in cash, Ben Laidler?
I would certainly be holding a little bit of cash, ready to buy that dip, which I think is coming. And I would certainly be looking at the rest of the world. I mean, I think the rotation narrative remains in place. I think this is worse news for the United States than it is for the rest of the world economically. And I think the rest of the world has buffers that the US doesn't have. The US still has this double premium of an expensive currency and expensive equity markets, and the rest of the world doesn't. I wouldn't want to bet too much against corporate America. I'd be looking for opportunities in any sell-off in tech and healthcare. But I do think we've taken the taco narrative too much at face value, right here. I think there are, the Trump puts are still out there. They're just further away. I mean, I think there's maybe a new one you alluded to earlier, of the sort of American stomach. What's going to happen when your coffee, your orange juice, your sugar, your beef is all 50% more expensive? Time will tell, and we will find out.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. NASDAQ at a record. S&P 500 index holding close to session highs. Stocks solidly in the green. Stocks bounced higher as President Trump indicated he is open to trade negotiations, including with the European Union. S&P right now up 10. That is a gain of 0.1%. The S&P at 62.69 again, close to session highs on the Monday session. The Dow up 64, up 0.1%. NASDAQ at a record at 20,661 now, up by 0.4%. 10-year at 4.42%, with the 2-year currently yielding 3.89%. Gold, little change, down 0.1%, 33.50 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, 67.14 a barrel. And Bitcoin at 119,978 on Bitcoin, trading at a record up 0.7%. America's biggest banks heading into earnings season with tailwinds from trading and lending as they benefit from market volatility and steady borrowing costs. Tomorrow morning, we hear from JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. All three higher right now. JP Morgan Chase up 0.8%. Citigroup is advancing 0.7, and Wells Fargo up by 1.1%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, NASDAQ at a record. Balance of power continues right now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Okay, Charlie, thank you so much. Live from World Headquarters in New York, Charlie Pellet on the markets for us as we consider what's happening inside the headquarters of the Federal Reserve. This is not a market mover, at least not yet. But when you drive by the Fed building on Constitution and 20th Street, you see a bunch of orange cones and barrels out there. Kaylee, there's a barrier up because they're working on the building. They're rehabbing the building. And this has become the cause du jour at the White House. If you have a problem with Jay Powell, you have a problem with the renovations. This is something we heard about from the likes of Russ Vought and others. And now it's become a full-blown scandal here. I don't know if they want Jay Powell to be using IKEA or what's going to happen, but the idea is Russ Vought referring to it as Versailles, the millions of dollars that are going into the headquarters. They're calling for an audit. against the backdrop of continued complaints about Jay Powell and his approach to interest rates. You certainly have heard enough about this from President Trump, who calls him too late Powell. He's called him stupid and other things in front of cameras and microphones. We spent some time with Peter Navarro, the president's trade advisor, who also thinks it's lights out for Jay Powell. Here's what he said.
I think the bond market, frankly, thinks Jerome Powell's a clown at this point because of what he did. And I can go over the three major mistakes he makes, but the bond market will do what the bond market does, seeing the data. And when you see 10-year yields going down significantly like they have been doing, that should tell Jerome Powell that the short run rates should be coming down significantly. And that's not happening.
It's not happening. And it's not clear if it will happen and what the consequence would be for the Fed chairman himself, as the White House is pushing this cut narrative, but also now apparently creating some concerns as to whether or not the Fed chair actually misled Congress about the cost and the scale of these renovations or rehabilitations, whatever you want to call them. So we wanted to get into this more with Amara Mokwe, who's joining us in studio here in DC. She's Bloomberg Federal Reserve reporter. So Amara, as we know, there's kind of this legal question that we've been grappling with for months as to whether or not the president can actually fire a Fed chair. We know a governor can be removed for cause. Is this whole business with the building potentially a way to drum up cause?
It certainly seems like people in Trump's orbit are trying to lay the groundwork to argue that there is cause to remove Chair Powell from the Board of Governors. The question of whether a president can remove the chair is a little ambiguous, but the question of whether the president can remove a governor on the board is more clear in the law. If there's cause like malfeasance or neglect of duty, then that gives the president more standing. And you hear, you've heard one administration official, Bill Pulte, say that what Chair Powell said to Congress about these renovations when he testified before the Senate last month, that he lied, basically. That's the allegation. And he's saying that would amount to cause. You hear Russ Vought saying that Powell has grossly mismanaged the Fed on social media when he was discussing these renovations. So the use of that language definitely suggests like people in Trump's world are trying to build this case for cause.
His term doesn't even go on for that much longer. I mean, by the time they got the paperwork to fire him, wouldn't he be leaving the building anyway?
His term doesn't go on for that much longer. And Trump has said that he doesn't want to fire Chair Powell. But the context that you all were talking about is very relevant here. This is a president and this is an administration that doesn't like Jerome Powell. They don't like him.
They nominated him in the first place.
Yes, Trump appointed him to chair in the first place, but the relationship now is in a very bad place, right? Powell and fellow policymakers have not delivered the rate cuts that Trump wants this year so far. They don't look like they're going to lower rates at their meeting later this month. Trump is angry. And so you can't separate where we are on this construction project from that anger and this full-scale pressure campaign that the administration has been waging on the Fed to lower rates.
Well, and the Fed is the point here, or more specifically, the FOMC. While Powell obviously has been the person targeted by the administration, while the chair is only one member of that committee, these decisions are made in a group setting. So even if he does successfully get rid of him, that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to change the course of monetary policy.
That is true, but Powell has been he said recently that the Fed would probably be cutting by now, if not for tariffs and the potential for tariffs to drive up inflation. And so Powell has really been the face of this sort of on hold stance, this face of let's be patient here on rate cuts. And so that's why Trump is so angry. And Powell is known to be someone who does have a lot of influence over the committee, who has been known to kind of be able to move the committee to kind of where he thinks they should be going. And so all of that plays into Trump's ire at Powell because policymakers have not adjusted rates so far this year.
Just to clarify before you leave us, in testimony, Jay Powell refuted what had been reported. He said there are no VIP lounges, there are no water features, there's nothing exotic that's going into the Federal Reserve building. Do we have any idea what they are building in there that's costing so much?
Yeah, the last sort of like big publicly available review of what they are building came out in 2021 from this National Planning Capital Commission. They reviewed the project and signed off on it. And a lot of this seems to be like a disagreement over how you want to label things, right? So like he was asked about rooftop terrace gardens. And the Fed has said, actually, those are like vegetated gardens on the roof, which are good for like sustainability and like they're environmentally friendly. So like a lot of it seems like how angry are you at Powell, and do you want to like sort of cast some of these things that's overly extravagant
In the eyes of the beholder, I
Exactly.
Wow,
Exactly.
fascinating.
Yes,
Amara,
yes.
thank you so much. Amara Mokwe, Bloomberg News Federal Reserve reporter. As we try to get to the bottom of this one, maybe we can get a tour, Kaylee. I kind of want to see what's going on in there. You mentioned tariffs, though, Kaylee, and indeed, Jay Powell has indicated that if it were not for the tariffs that the president has on again, off again, recently adding to over the weekend, that maybe things would be in a different position when it comes to moving rates. And we want to explore this a bit more with Jacob Funk Kierkegaard, non-resident senior fellow with the Peterson Institute for International Economics. Jacob, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Do you suspect that that is true, that if the tariff policy were at least more predictable or not there to begin with, that Jay Powell would have much more flexibility to start lowering rates now?
Oh, yeah, I would certainly say that the inflationary, the sort of projected path for inflation in the United States would be significantly lower. And that would quite naturally correspond into more freedom for the Fed to cut rates. No doubt about that in my mind. It is possible that, firms front loaded a lot of stuff ahead of the early April deadline. They may even be eating it initially through their margins, but none of that is sustainable. So I think, I'm on the team that thinks inflation is coming unless.
Well, and I guess we'll get a sense when we get U.S. CPI data tomorrow as to whether or not it is starting to feed through into inflation, knowing that higher tariffs still could be coming just weeks from now, Jacob, as August 1st, of course, is the new deadline we're working with. And the European Union specifically is now being threatened with a 30% tariff on that date. The EU's trade chief, Maros Sefcovic, says that effectively would prohibit trade between the U.S. and EU. Do you view that the same way?
Yeah, I think that's true. I think that, even if the 30% do not necessarily include the categories that are already affected by sectorals, that will be autos and steel and aluminum, there'll be a very, very large amount of trade that simply won't be profitable at a 30% tariff. So what this will do is that it will greatly diminish the overall amount of trade that is done. And I think importantly also what that means is that Trump's threat to match any possible EU retaliation to those 30% probably is not very influential for the EU because the initial hit to trade has already been so large. And therefore, it's not a particularly effective deterrent, in the eyes of the EU from its retaliation.
So should we start stockpiling wine and cheese now?
Well, I think yes is the short answer. If you believe that the prospects for a deal are much lower today than they were last week, I'm certainly in that category. I think the EU quite clearly have interpreted the 30%, which is obviously much higher than the initial April 2nd 20%, as kind of a slap in the face, and basically, using the EU's, and I think honest attempt to get a deal as a sign of weakness and as therefore an opportunity to squeeze the EU even more. Once the prospects of some framework of a deal agreed between the EU Trade Commissioner, USTR, and the Department of Commerce reached the White House. So yes, I think the probability, unfortunately, of a no-deal scenario today is higher than last week. And yes, that probably means that you should at least think about stockpiling stuff you'd like from Europe.
Well, it also raises the question of where Europe would turn if trade was effectively cut off in at least large part with the United States. As European officials, Jacob, are now talking about this idea that it will increase engagement with other countries that have been affected by U.S. tariffs. Could the end result of this actually just be a reorientation of the global trading system away from the United States and actually more toward countries like China?
I don't know if more towards China, given that trading with China, certainly from the EU's perspective, today is a very unbalanced, endeavor as well. But no doubt that the EU is very strongly pursuing, deeper trade ties with quote unquote third countries. This weekend, we had the political conclusion of an EU-Indonesia free trade agreement. The EU is also plowing ahead with the potential free trade agreement with India, as well as other members of ASEAN, Thailand, Malaysia, and others. They have obviously recently struck deals with Mercosur in the better part of the South American economy. So absolutely, I think what you are seeing is that countries that still believe in the benefits of free trade, they're going to trade more with each other and less with the United States. Maybe also less with China because of the risk of Chinese overcapacity and sort of excess export growth. But among themselves, absolutely, that's what we will see, which ironically is something that, maybe the Trump administration actually wants at some level by levying so high tariffs on so many U.S. trading partners.
What do you make, Jacob, of the decision to not retaliate? Ursula von der Leyen says there won't be any retaliation ahead of the deadline on August 1st. Is it smart not to escalate?
I think if you're the European Commission, it's a smart move. Because remember, if there is retaliation, this would be by far the largest trade retaliation in European history. The cost of that will be borne by the member states. So if there was any doubt about who wanted that trade escalation, if the Commission could in any sense or shape be accused of being escalatory or hawkish in these negotiations, there'll be a lot of incoming fire headed to the European Commission and Ursula von der Leyen from member state governments. So she's basically insulating herself from doing that by saying, look, we want to make sure that if this comes to a trade war, it's Donald Trump that fires the first shot, not us. So yes, I think it is smart. And obviously from a European point of view, because, Europeans view tariffs as a bad idea. And if you do that, of course, you should use any possible option to avoid it. So absolutely, yes. Keep negotiating until, 11:55 p.m. on August 31st.
All right, Jacob, we appreciate you joining us. Jacob Funk-Kierkegaard, non-resident senior fellow with the Peterson Institute for International Economics, joining us here on Balance of Power. And we're out of time, Joe. Otherwise, I would have asked Jacob what the difference is between secondary sanctions
and tariffs?
And secondary tariffs. We're going to have to explore that more, I guess, in the late edition.
Kaylee's asking this because they appear to be interchangeable today at the White House, even though they are kind of very different. We'll explore this more, by the way, with Libby Cantrell is going to be on the late edition of Balance of Power. That starts at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll meet you back here with much more from Washington, only on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Thursday, Michael McKee sits down with San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly.
The labor market's shaping up to be solid.
What are her thoughts on tariffs, the economy, and the Fed's rate path?
The fall looks promising for a rate cut.
San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly, live from the Rocky Mountain Economic Summit.
We can't wait for perfect information or we'll be behind.
Thursday afternoon at 12:30 Eastern on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. Context changes everything.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Oil fell after President Trump reignited his global trade war, even though his latest plan to pressure Russia didn't include new measures aimed directly at hindering Moscow's energy exports. Trump threatened tariffs on goods from the EU and Mexico, hurting the outlook for energy demand, and also threatened secondary tariffs on countries that do business with Russia if there's no ceasefire with Ukraine in 50 days. India's Civil Aviation Authority has ordered an inspection of cockpit fuel switches on Boeing 737 and 787 aircraft. It follows last week's report on the cause of an Air India 787 crash that revealed that the fuel supply switches on the aircraft were turned off immediately after the plane took off. And General Motors and LG Energy Solutions plan to add more battery production lines at their joint venture plant in Tennessee to make lower cost cells starting in late 2027. The new LFP batteries will enable GM to make more lower priced electric vehicles. The news comes as most automakers are pulling back on electric vehicle investments in the U.S. market. Erica Herskowitz, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, where the experts come to listen. Ariel Cohen, Atlantic Council.
I'm listening every morning when I'm driving into Washington, D.C. You're terrific.
Representative David Schweikert.
One of the reasons I love Bloomberg is I'm allowed to geek out.
Jared Bernstein, former White House Council of Economic Advisors Chair.
I was driving around, I put on your show. I learned 5 things in about 3 minutes.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app. And always always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
One of the most urgent documentaries of 2025 is streaming now on Jolt. Based on groundbreaking reporting by Bloomberg's Olivia Carville, Can't Look Away reveals the hidden dangers social media poses to our kids.
It's invasion of your home. These kids have no safe place.
The social media companies are targeting them. We're going to have several lost generations of kids.
From award-winning filmmakers Perry Peltz and Matt O'Neill, watch Can't Look Away now on Jolt.film. That's JOLT.film.
The data that matters for your investments.
Almost every stock in the S&P 500 is in the red.
And analysis on the companies making news on Wall Street.
Oil stocks in particular on the move.
Robinhood, this was an all-time high.
Listen to the Stock Movers Report from Bloomberg.
Jefferies upgraded the stock to buy.
It's your short audio report on the day's winners and losers in the stock market.
Micron in the after hours. What's going on?
Subscribe to the Stock Movers Report on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen.
Imagine home. The smell of coffee, the sound of a lawnmower, the sun's warmth on your face. Free to be yourself, surrounded by love that helps you grow. This is a place to call home. That's an American dream we all deserve. But in 50% of U.S. states, you could legally be denied housing if you are LGBTQ+. Get the facts and hear real stories at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
And a very good afternoon, everyone, live from the Bloomberg Business Week studio in New York. We're on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stenevec. That is Nora Melinda. She's Bloomberg News equities reporter. She is in for Carol Masser on this day, Nora, where we're seeing a little bit of a, I guess you could say, relief rally in equities.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some of these indexes up a touch. We have communication services, the best performing sector, energy, the worst performing sector right now in the S&P 500.
Charlie Pellet's going to have a deep dive in just a minute. In the meantime, we've got our eyes on pretty much everything that's moving markets this afternoon. We're going to start talking about trade because the president indicated he's open to trade negotiations, including with the European Union. Also, it is a busy week. We've got results from the big banks. We're going to get inflation data. And then there's everything happening when it comes to geopolitics, Nora. And that's where we're going to begin with the latest when it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, lots to really focus on here, lots to parse that I'm really keeping an eye on. And we can definitely tell that Wall Street is doing the same here.
The president threatened to impose stiff financial penalties on Russia if it does not end hostilities with Ukraine. Angela Stan is going to be joining us in just a few minutes. She's of the Brookings Institute, and she's standing by right now.
And speaking of financial penalties, what investors need to know about the latest tariff announcements against Mexico and the EU.
Also on those tariffs, how one S&P 500 company is navigating them. We've got the CEO of Fastenal joining us in just a few minutes. All that and more coming up this hour on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. First up, a check of the day's traded business stories. Here he is. Hey, Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim and Nora. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P 500 index holding close to the best level of the session, up 9 right now, up 0.1%. But NASDAQ trading at a record right now. The NASDAQ Composite Index up 64. Right now, NASDAQ 20,649, up by about 0.3%. The Dow up 53, up by about 0.1%. 10-year 4.42%, with the 2-year ahead of bank earnings 3.89%. Gold little changed and lower, down 0.1%, 33.50 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 66.97 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin back above 120,000 right now, trading at a record today, reaching that level for the first time. time. Bitcoin up by 0.7%. Meta Platform CEO Mark Zuckerberg says the company is building several massive data centers to power its AI efforts, with the first one expected to come online next year. Right now, Meta up by about 0.8%. As we have been reporting, President Trump says the U.S. will send more weapons to Ukraine, describing them as top-of-the-line weapons. And according to the New York Times, Andrew Cuomo will stay in the race for New York City mayor to challenge Mamdani. Recapping, S&P up 0.1%, NASDAQ at a record. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Certainly do appreciate it. President Trump threatened to impose stiff financial penalties on Russia if it does not end hostilities with Ukraine. That's within 50 days, while pledging fresh weapon supplies for Kyiv. Trump said the levies would come in the form of secondary tariffs without providing details. The president has used the term in the past to describe duties imposed on countries for trading with American adversaries. Angela Sten is senior fellow at the Brookings Institution. She's also the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. She's a former national intelligence officer for Russia and Eurasia at the National Intelligence Council, also served in the Office of Policy Planning at the U.S. Department of State. Angela, good to have you with us this afternoon. Secretary Lutnick followed up afterward. He said it would be a secondary sanction, or secondary sanctions, I should say. What exactly does that mean for a country that has had sanctions on it for years?
So the actual tariffs or sanctions on Russia wouldn't mean very much, tariffs, because we barely trade with Russia. I think $5 billion last year. But what that would mean is sanctions on China, sanctions on India. They're the two largest purchasers of Russian oil. Probably a country like Turkey as well, which purchases a lot of Russian oil. So they are threatening those countries. I believe that President Trump said 100% tariffs. There's a Senate bill which would impose 500% tariffs, secondary tariffs on these countries that purchase Russian hydrocarbons. So that's the real threat, not so much to Russia.
Angela, how meaningful would it be for these countries?
So, it would be meaningful because they are the largest purchasers of Russian oil, but then we don't know how they might retaliate. India, of course, is a country that's been drawing closer to the United States. So to have that kind of tariff on India would also, I think, affect other aspects of the U.S.-Indian relationship. So I think they're kind of all waiting. I should say that, saying that Russia has 50 days to end the war, you have to realize that Russia is now in the middle of a very brutal summer offensive. And if you give them 50 days, the summer will be over by then. So Russia can still do an enormous amount of damage to Ukraine in those 50 days.
Well, in terms of moving the needle on actually ending this conflict, Dr. Sten, is this enough in your view to actually push Russia to stop its bombardment of Ukraine?
Well, the most important thing at the moment are the weapons supplies. The Ukrainians desperately need air defenses. They need those Patriot batteries. And today, President Trump said that there's 17 of them available. So what's going to happen is European allies are going to purchase American Patriot missiles and other weapons. They are then going to give them to Ukraine. So that enables President Trump to say to his base, well, we're not spending any more money on Ukraine. Whether that's enough to help Ukraine really give the message to Putin that he cannot win this war, I think that's doubtful. Putin's not going to stop until he really believes that he's not going to win this. And for that, the Ukrainians need an enormous amount of weapons, including, in the end, weapons that could strike Moscow. But we haven't said that we're going to provide those yet.
Well, let's listen to exactly what the president said earlier. Here he is in the Oval Office with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte.
Where we are going to be sending them weapons and they're going to be paying for them. The United States will not be having any payment made. We're not buying it, but we will manufacture it and they're going to be paying for it. This is a very big deal we've made. This is billions of dollars worth of military equipment is going to be purchased from the United States, going to NATO, et cetera. And that's going to be quickly distributed to the battlefield. Ukraine will take it up. And, say what you want about Ukraine. When the war started, they had no chance. And they still would have had no chance if the equipment. They had the best equipment because we do make the best planes and missiles, and we make the best military equipment in the world by far.
That was President Trump earlier today. He was in the Oval Office with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Dr. Sten, I want to talk about the weapons portion of this and the significance that you see in an environment where many in the Republican Party were happy not to provide Ukraine with any aid. How do you view this politically for President Trump, and also whether or not you think this is enough of a move by the United States? And again, the president saying the United States is going to provide them, NATO member states are going to pay for them. If that's enough to give Ukraine the edge against Russia?
Well, so first of all, this certainly has split the MAGA base, because there's still significant numbers of people, beginning with Vice President Vance, who think that we shouldn't be supplying Ukraine. And then you had the Undersecretary in the Defense Department, Elbridge Colby, apparently order the end of supplying Ukraine with weapons because he thinks only the Europeans should do this. President Trump reversed that order that apparently he hadn't heard about before. So yes, I think this is still a contentious issue within his base. Is that enough to help Ukraine? I mean, Ukraine just needs an enormous amount of these Patriot batteries. If it gets 17 extra ones, that's terrific. Ukrainians themselves are manufacturing their own drones now. They're also making deals with European countries to co-produce them. But we really don't know whether that is enough, because the Russians are also stepping up their production of weapons. And they're also using their drones in very creative ways to try and get round some of the barriers that the Ukrainians have put in their way. So at the moment, things are very difficult for Ukraine. And I think only very significant numbers of weapons can help them push this back. And they also do have a mobilization problem. Russia has many more people it can mobilize. It's got North Koreans fighting for the Russians. The Ukrainians do face this shortage. They are so far refusing to draft 18 to 25-year-olds, but they are under pressure from some of the Western countries to do so.
Angela, we saw a report last week that North Korea is supplying as much as 40% of Russia's ammunition. Mm-hmm. Just how much of an asset is this for Russia?
Oh, North Korea is an enormous asset for Russia now. We now hear they may send as many as 30,000 more Koreans troops to Russia to help, and with the ammunition. So without North Korea, it would be very difficult for Russia to do what it's doing. Iran is less important now, by the way, because the Russians are producing their own drones. But I would say the single most important country in terms of weapon supplies right now is North Korea.
Dr. Angela Sten, we always appreciate you taking the time and joining us on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Dr. Angela Sten is Senior Fellow at the Brookings Institution, also the author of Putin's World, Russia Against the West and With the Rest. So that's the latest out of Washington when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. Now let's get to trade, because President Trump indicated that he's open to more trade negotiations, including with the European Union, even as he insisted that his letters threatening new tariff rates are, quote, the deals for U.S. trading partners. Josh Wingrove is a Bloomberg News senior White House correspondent. He joins us from our bureau in Washington, D.C. Josh, I want to start with Europe, because I think the big news over the weekend was the idea that the European Union would see a 30% tax or 30% tariff on goods from the country. Obviously, a big deal for a very big trading partner. The president somewhat walking those comments back a little bit, or at least saying he was open to negotiations. What's your read?
Yeah, these letters have been a bargaining tactic, and that one landing in particular in the middle of what have been negotiations between the U.S. and the EU. And that's important because other letters to smaller economies have not really, been that circumstance. They've been maybe token negotiations at most, and the letters seem to be, the last word, or at least one of the last words. So Trump is in some ways trying to set a number, but also invite these negotiations. He's also using these letters, of course, to invite direct investment. Of course, that's going to be not particularly compelling for countries to try to facilitate if they feel like there's a gun being held to their head. So, the EU is, of course, one of the major U.S. trading partners, a lot riding on this one. And the question is, of course, will will they land somewhere, or will Trump look at whatever they are in a week or two and think that that's either not enough and stick with the 30%, or it is enough and go to a lower number? Remember, of course, the baseline number right now is 10%. He initially announced 20% on Europe in those initial Liberation Day tariffs. He's threatened as high as 50% on Europe, and is always, that's been kind of one of the top of the list places that he's complained about when he talks about unfair trade relationships. I should note, of course, he posted in the last day or so a complaint that he continues to think the U.S. is being taken advantage of militarily as well as economically. That's a comment to be read in the lens of the EU talks, the Canadian talks, the Japanese talks, the South Korean talks. Trump sees all these things kind of commingled, and some of them they've been publicly resistant to talk about touching, like those sectoral tariffs. So, he's trying to get deals. He doesn't want to really negotiate on some of the things that these other places negotiate. It's tough sledding ahead.
Josh, the EU is definitely a big major trade partner indeed here, but who's really making the most progress here? Is President Trump pulling ahead? Who seems to be budging, if at all, in this tariff war between the two countries?
We don't know, because the EU has been leading the way in terms of countries that have not retaliated, but can. There's a lot of U.S. goods sold to Europe that could face tariffs. Trump is mad about the trade deficit, but of course that is a two-way street that he's talking about. And I think the question here, and we have some reporting from some of our colleagues in Europe, that there are at least some voices wondering whether there should be increased collaboration between some of the Western economies that are all facing similar U.S. threats. Do they ultimately all get to a deal, or do they ultimately all decide to push back more than they have already? And right now, that is just such an open question. Remember, early on, particularly with China, you saw like tit-for-tat responses from some places that really sort of sent things escalating to effectively trade embargo level tariffs. We haven't really seen that yet, but that doesn't mean that we won't get there. And remember, Trump's threats are so angering people and voters in these other economies and countries and blocs that the political will to bend the knee versus to fight back might become a big factor here at some point. So we just don't know yet where it's going to land with the EU. Remember, some of these tariffs are coming on August 1st. That includes the EU, that includes Canada and Mexico from their letters, even though they weren't facing the same timeline. China remains a big outstanding question. They're not facing that same deadline, but are facing a different, softer one later in August.
Josh, are these tariffs legal? And I asked that in the context of Brazil, for example, because you mentioned the president is and he's made his disdain for trade deficits known, but we have a trade surplus with Brazil. And ostensibly, a lot of these tariffs fall under IEEPA and the Emergency Act that that gives him. And I'm wondering if these will hold water in the court of law.
The Brazil one, of all of them, is the biggest stretch, I think. I'm not a lawyer, but Trump's position is that the United States Emergency Economic Powers Act allows him to tariff 50%, to tariff Brazil 50% because of a prosecution going there on one of his allies. It is just such a stretch, so much a stretch that the bottom of that letter includes Trump saying he's going to launch a 301 investigation, which, even if that investigation proves to be a fig leaf, does give him stronger legal authority to impose Brazilian tariffs. In other words, he's giving himself a second option, which is, of course, a tacit acknowledgement that the first option isn't all that much of a guarantee. Now, the trade-off there with 301s is they take time, several months usually, to enact. So August 1st, he might try to impose those on Brazil, but that is definitely the one that's a stretch. The legal battle over the more broader use of IEEPA, remains. He does have other avenues. Section 338 jumps to mind. He is, of course, continuing to pursue Section 232 powers. The administration has basically said tariffs are going to come one way or another if they don't get their way in court, and that they'll fight this all the way to the Supreme Court if they have to. So we'll see where that goes. But you're absolutely right that there is certainly an open legal question here, or at least that is what every analyst is telling us. But in particular on that Brazil one, that's why I think you might see them pursue that 301 path to give himself a fallback.
Just quickly here, Josh, can we talk a little bit about Mexico? How key is Mexico in terms of the U.S. trade ecosystem?
Huge. And I think some of the news on the weekend that I want to make sure people caught was that our reporting is that the USMCA exemption for trade from Mexico will continue, even if Trump proceeds with that 30% rate. Same deal for Canada. So that is a bit of a change of tune. Trump was interested in really broad tariffs on both those countries in the first hours, if not weeks, of his administration. Now they're saying, look, we're going to have a higher top rate on both Canada and Mexico, 35 and 30% respectively. But they're going to continue that exemption for USMCA compliant goods. Remember, that's the new NAFTA that Trump renegotiated in his first term. These are huge trading partners, not just sources of imports, but huge buyers of US goods. So continuing that USMCA carve-out, Trump's aides always say he hates the word exemption. I bet you they're not trying to use that word around him when it comes to USMCA. But using that carve-out, or whatever you want to call it, extending that, really narrows and constrains the impact of his tariffs on Mexico and Canada, his threatened ones at least. But when I mentioned countries that had not yet retaliated, Mexico and Canada are among those. And I think that if Trump is unable to reach a deal and does ratchet up some of those tariffs on those, even in a constrained way, those countries will face questions internally about whether they should respond or not.
Mexico, Canada, the European Union, Brazil. We did it all with Josh Wingrove. We went around the world with Josh Wingrove. He's Bloomberg News senior White House correspondent, joining us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Thanks, Josh. Coming up, it's a new record today for Fastenal after the company reported earnings. We got the CEO next.
In case you missed it, our latest Business Week Daily podcast features Cart.com founder and CEO Omer Tariq on the business of logistics amid a global trade war. Download it now at Bloomberg.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Did you know Bloomberg Radio is on Amazon Alexa? Get live business news and market headlines 24 hours a day anywhere you have an Alexa device. Just say, Alexa, play Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Barry Ritholtz, and I'm excited to tell you about my new podcast, At the Money. Each week, I sit down with an expert to have a 10-minute conversation on a single topic involving your money.
Investing tends to reward simple. We weren't wired for this.
Use that volatility to your advantage.
Spend the money, for heaven's sakes. What's it for?
Listen to At the Money every week in the Masters in Business podcast feed on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Snakes, zombies, sharks, heights, speaking in public. The list of fears is endless. But while you're clutching your blanket in the dark, wondering if that sound in the hall was actually a footstep, the real danger is in your hand, when you're behind the wheel. And while you might think a great white shark is scary, what's really terrifying and even deadly is distracted driving. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
On a recent edition of the Big Take podcast, America's flood mitigation math problem. Host Sarah Holder examines what the disaster in Kerr County, Texas, reveals about the growing risk of flooding across the country as the climate changes.
Flooding is the most expensive natural disaster we face.
Joshua Sachs is the director of the adaptation program at the Georgetown Climate Center.
And it can destroy communities. It not only impacts loss of life, but someone's home traditionally is their majority of their wealth.
As we have warmer temperatures, the atmosphere can hold more water, more moisture. And so then when you have these storms, they're able to dump more rain.
Zara Hirji covers climate for Bloomberg, and she spends a lot of time thinking about how our understanding of risk is currently evolving in a warming world.
So Texas is actually a state that has a ton of resources. It has one of the best emergency response capabilities in the country.
Zara says Texas is the gold standard when it comes to its emergency response capabilities, but it also faces a wide variety of disaster risks, from hurricanes to extreme heat. And even if it has a lot of money to spend on disaster response, it faces difficult choices about how to spend it. And on the ground, localities face their own budgetary trade-offs. We know, for example, that Kerr County considered installing a warning system that could have involved sirens in high-risk areas, but it didn't.
We have heard from officials in Texas that one of the reasons why they had not built a flood detection warning system is because of the cost. So it was Kerr County Judge Rob Kelly who told the New York Times that local residents whose taxes wound up to fund such a system balked at it.
That's what's on a recent edition of the Big Take podcast. Listen to the full episode on Apple, Spotify, the Bloomberg Business app, or anywhere you get your podcasts.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ at a record. The S&P 500 index holding close to a record right now. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all trading higher. S&P up 10 to 6270. That is a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 59, up 0.1%. NASDAQ, as I mentioned, at a record right now at 20,653, up by about 0.3%. Traders sending stocks higher after parsing President Trump's latest tariff remarks. The 10-year ahead of bank earnings 4.42%, the 2-year 3.89%. Gold down $5 the ounce at $33.50, drop there of 0.1%. A retreat for crude oil. West Texas Intermediate crude down 2%, $67.09 a barrel. But Bitcoin, big story there, was trading above $120,000 right now, very close to that level, up by about 0.7%. Best Buy shares lower, down now by 2.2% after earnings, or actually after a downgrade. Best Buy downgraded to neutral at Piper Jaffray, which cites a lack of catalysts and competition. Bank earnings bright and early tomorrow morning. We'll be hearing from JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Fastenal shares rising as much as 6.4% earlier in the session. They're up right now 3.4%. It's a new all-time high for the company after they reported net sales for the second quarter that came in line with estimates from analysts, up 8.6% over the same period last year. This is a $52 billion market cap company. They distribute construction and industrial supplies, think nuts, bolts, screws, anchors, rivets, and other fasteners, as well as industrial, janitorial, and safety supplies, cutting tools as well. The company sells to builders, manufacturers, governments, and more. So really, it's a great read on the entire industrial and manufacturing economy, specifically here in the U.S. We've got with us the CEO of Fastenal, Daniel Florness. He joins us from Winona, Minnesota. Dan, welcome to Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Shares up today. Shares up more than 25% so far this year. New all-time high. In the earnings release, though, you said that, quote, the market conditions remain sluggish. What conditions specifically?
You know, we sell to a wide range of customers and industries, as you mentioned, across North America and in 26 countries in total, but mostly in North America. Our customer base has been relatively subdued for the last several years. In the fall of 2022, we saw some indicators saying it was going to slide, and we felt that as we moved into the second and third quarters of 2023. And it's been really weak since then. About 30% of our business is very production-centered business within manufacturing.
So are there any signs that that part of the business is improving, that those customers are seeing sentiment improve? Are you hearing anything from them?
I think the biggest sign that we're seeing is the knife has stopped dropping. You know, we were trying to catch that falling knife for a 2-year period. When I talk to our district and regional leadership throughout the world, the feedback I hear is, you know, they're not talking about this $200,000 a month customer whose business is off 60, 70%. You have a much more stability. Now, it might be stable at a lower level than it would have been 2 years ago, but it's much more stable. And so it allows our inherent growth to shine through.
So we've really been in this prolonged downturn, especially in the industrial economy. Are you seeing any particular green shoots or signs of inflection? And if so, which markets are you most optimistic about?
Yeah, so we're seeing some green shoots. For us, we are seeing some impact in energy. However, I would say that's probably more us taking market share than it is a lift in the tide. About 25% of our business is outside of the industrial, and within there, we're doing quite well. I hear a lot of commentary from our folks with data center builds, with even warehousing customers, and we've made really good inroads over the last 3 years into the government sector, and that primarily was an offshoot of COVID. During COVID, when supply chains blew apart, we stepped in to serve a lot of that market when they were not being served. And those folks have remembered that, and we've grown our business there.
So we need to, of course, talk about tariffs. How have tariffs really changed your thinking about product sourcing, particularly for fasteners, which we know, of course, are primarily sourced in China, Asia? What other options are you evaluating to mitigate the tariff impact here?
So back in 2018, we did some short-term moves of our supply chain, but it was fairly limited because you just can't change. There's so much QC involved with vetting out suppliers that you couldn't move it fast enough. What we had done quietly over the last 5-6 years is continue in that progress, because the tariffs that were put in place in 2018 were sticking, and we expected more of it to happen, and we wanted to better diversify the supply chain for our customer. We did look at a lot of options. There aren't a lot of options within North America. We looked at some options of doing some manufacturing ourselves. The problem is the economics still didn't work. So it was really for us more about diversifying supplier base in general.
Are the economics of that going to work now in this new tariff regime? I think during the first Trump administration, the goal was to move things out of China. But as many companies are learning right now, it doesn't matter if it's China, Vietnam, or India. If it's not in the United States, there is going to be a tariff on it. At least that's what it seems like is going to be the case.
Yeah, the economics still do not work. And part of the challenge there isn't just the economics, it's the amount of time. When we were researching it very in depth 2.5 years ago, one of the challenges is it's easy to find a site. It's relatively easy to get a building up and get a supply chain set up. When I say relatively easy, I mean time frame of what it takes to do it. The most challenging aspect was the production equipment, of how many months it would take to get that. And so that aspect really pushed us to look more at geographic dispersion of supply chain sourcing, because the economics are still very challenging.
So how much of what you sell right now is actually made in the U.S.?
If I look across what we're sourcing, what our branded suppliers are sourcing, we've always estimated less than 50% is coming from the U.S.
And is that going to stay stable in this new tariff regime?
I suspect it will.
Okay.
So I know Fastenal raised prices back in April, especially as a result of tariffs. Historically, I mean, the company has been able to pass on pricing costs. What's really been the feedback here from customers? Has there been much pushback in terms of the ability and appetite for customers, frankly, to take on additional pricing, especially as we head into the second half of the year?
First off, we sell into a very competitive market. There is always pushback. The real challenge in the equation is communication. And one thing that helps in our supply chain, we're directly sourcing from the manufacturer that's producing the product, more so than most of our competitors in the marketplace, just because of our scale. And so we have the ability to see into the future farther than a lot of our competitors. And it puts us in a position to communicate very well. It puts us in a position to take steps as the inventory is turning. The one unfortunate part of that, it also can create fatigue for your customer. And I would say our customer is at the fatigue point right now, of where it's become challenging, but it always is. And it's all about communication and trust.
We're speaking with Fastenal CEO Dan Florness. The company reported earnings earlier. Shares are higher, reached a new record today. Shares up right now by about 3.7%. I want to talk a little bit about the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that became law on the 4th of July this year. In the press release for your earnings, you did mention it, but big picture, what does it mean for your customers and for your business?
Big picture, what it means for our customers is, if you look at some of the depreciation rules and the timing, it makes it very advantageous to make capital investment. And so that's the biggest piece that we see impacting our customers, because our customers have, especially on the manufacturing side, an incredible amount of infrastructure that they're investing in. And so anything that allows them to depreciate faster and to improve their return profile is advantageous for our marketplace. And that's a key element that we talked about in the release.
I know that you talked a little bit about, to us, manufacturing your own products in the U.S. and your suppliers doing it. But I'm wondering about your customers and the way that these so-called America First policies might help them reshore manufacturing back to the U.S. Are you seeing any evidence or hearing discussion of your customers beginning to move manufacturing back to the U.S.?
I would say it's fairly limited, but again, that's not something that happens in 6 months that you set up. We've had some customers set up assembly operations, which you can do in a much shorter time frame as opposed to pure production where you're manufacturing components yourself, or you're changing your supply chain to more domestic type supply. But what we've seen is a lot more willingness of making investment even beyond the manufacturing capacity in the short term.
Fastenal has refocused on growing with larger customers. What are the key drivers there, and what additional investments do you need to make to enable growth with those customers?
Yeah. So a position we've put ourselves in for a number of years is we very aggressively made investments, and this was starting back 15 plus years ago, of slowly building an infrastructure to move the supply chain closer and closer to the point of use. And what that involved for us is investing in a tremendous amount of vending infrastructure, and in more recent years, a lot more RFID type infrastructure to measure product movement within a facility, so that you don't have to with human capital, physically observe product being diminished. You can monitor it electronically and remotely. And so we've made extremely large investments over the last 10 plus years in vending technology. And I'm pleased to say that vending technology is all manufactured in the United States.
Yeah, I was surprised when I went to your website earlier today as I was preparing for this to see those vending machines. It's not something that I've run into certainly in my life, but it's pretty cool to see that.
Yeah,
not just soda.
It's a snack machine.
Yeah,
essentially.
That's what I was thinking. It's like, it's a snack machine, but you can't eat what's in there. So
exactly.
Right? Okay. Hey, we just got about a minute left, and I just want to talk numbers real quick. Gross profit up 45.3%, up from 45.1% over the second quarter of last year. You said it was partially offset by higher import duty costs and higher fleet and transport costs. Are those costs, in your view, going to stabilize?
They're going to continue to rise because of the way our supply chain works. We carry a fair amount of inventory because we have such dispersion in our locations. So we carry quite a few months of inventory. So that's going to keep ratcheting up as we're on a FIFO basis inventory. So as that inventory continues to turn, that will continue to ratchet up a little bit as we move into the third and fourth quarters and into 2026. What really helped us during the quarter and what drove the improvement in our gross margin, set aside the tariffs for a second.
Right.
We put in place a fastener expansion starting last summer to widen our inventory. And that's really what drove our margin this quarter.
Dan Florness, CEO of Fastenal. Really appreciate you joining us. Shares up today. New all-time highs, 3.8% right now.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is threatening tariffs on Russia's trading partners if Moscow doesn't end its invasion of Ukraine.
We're very, very unhappy with them, and we're going to be doing very severe tariffs if we don't have a deal in 50 days. Tariffs at about 100%.
How did it happen? Investigators are trying to determine the cause of last night's fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts. At least 9 residents were killed. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
This isn't what we're designed to do here, right? We're here to save lives, and any time that any life is lost, a single life is lost, is a tragedy in our mind.
A wildfire at one of the most visited national parks in the country is growing, says CBS's Ian Lee in Fredonia, Arizona.
Fueled at times by 60-mile-per-hour winds, the fire has grown more than 40,000 acres at the north rim of the Grand Canyon.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
From the state courts
Tell us a little about the facts of the case.
to the Supreme Court,
Can Congress force a judicial code on the justices?
June Grosso delivers your legal intelligence.
Multiple lawsuits were filed against the emergency rule.
The Bloomberg Law Podcast.
Is the toughest hurdle for prosecutors proving Trump's intent?
Listen live weeknights at 6 Eastern on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app or anywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
A lot of times, big economic forces show up in our lives in small ways.
4 days a week, I would buy 2 cups of banana pudding, but the price has gone up, so now I only buy 1.
Small but important ways. From tech billionaires to the bond market to, banana pudding. If it's happening in business, our new podcast is on it. I'm Max Chafton.
And I'm Stacey Bannock Smith. So listen to Everybody's Business on the iHeartRadio app, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Another Fed official is weighing in on interest rates. Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack says she'd like to see inflation lowered a little bit further before she'd support a cut in interest rates. The Fed is widely expected to hold rates steady again when it meets later this month in Washington. After 4 months of overestimating readings on the Consumer Price Index, forecasters are predicting that tomorrow's report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics will show costs accelerating. Prices are expected to be higher in tariff-exposed categories for things like furniture, toys, recreational goods, as well as cars. The blue color you see in sports drinks and candy could soon be coming from the gardenia fruit. The Food and Drug Administration says it's given its okay for that product to be used. It's also urging food manufacturers to speed up the elimination of red dye number 3. It's currently due to go away by January of 2027. Stocks are up between 1/10 and 1/3%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Christina Hooper, Chief Market Strategist at the Man Group on the markets.
What we've seen is significant downward revisions to expectations for earnings this quarter. If we look back at March 31st, earnings growth was expected to be about 9% for the S&P 500. We're down slightly below 5% now. And I would imagine when all is said and done, it will actually be lower than that. So it is somewhat disappointing, but these are parts of the cracks I'm seeing appearing in the U.S. economy. We can't apply so much pressure and expect it to remain as resilient.
Now, you talked about this a little bit when you were getting into earnings. You said about how companies are going to approach it. What kind of tone do you think the executives are going to set? Because a lot of people just waiting to see what those top leaders are going to say.
I think they're going to be cautious. I don't know if I can characterize it as cautiously optimistic. I think they're going to be cautious because there are so many unknowns, and we're clearly seeing some signs of weakness for U.S. consumers. I mean, if we just look at continuing jobless claims, they are at 3-year highs, certainly nowhere near what we saw during the pandemic. But we have to be concerned with longer term unemployment. One of the things Chair Powell has talked about repeatedly at different press conferences is how we're seeing a match between job creation and job losses. Both are on the low side. But if we see a situation where job losses pick up, I think that creates an environment in which we get closer to a possible recession.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ trading at a record. The S&P and the Dow both higher. S&P 500 index close to a record right now, 62.71, up by 11 points, up 0.2%. The Dow up 65, up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 68 now, up 0.3%. 10-year 4.42% with a 2-year 3.89%. Gold down $5 the ounce, $33.50. A drop drop there of 0.2%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.2%, 67 even a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin, major story there, moving through $120,000 for the first time today. Right now, just below that number at 119,917 on Bitcoin, representing a gain right now of 0.7%. GM and LG Energy Solution plan to add more battery production lines at their joint venture plant in Tennessee to make lower cost cells starting in late 2027. The amount of the investment not disclosed. GM right now up by almost 0.3%. Recapping, Bitcoin right around $120,000. NASDAQ at a record. S&P up by 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, President Trump and his allies have seized upon a new way to criticize Fed Chair Jay Powell, his handling of an expensive renovation of the Federal Reserve's headquarters.
I think if Jerome Powell stepped down, it would be a great thing. I don't know that he's going to, but he should. Jerome Powell's been very bad for our country. We should have the lowest interest rate on earth, and we don't. He just refuses to do it, and yet he's spending $2.5 billion rebuilding the Fed.
That was President Trump just yesterday in Maryland. This construction project offers the clearest example yet of how Trump and those in his orbit are looking for every opportunity to scrutinize Jerome Powell's leadership at the central bank, even beyond his economic stewardship. Bloomberg News Federal Reserve reporter Amara Omokwe joins us now from our Washington, D.C. bureau. A $2.5 billion renovation, the topic of the renovation coming up when Jay Powell defended the renovations as necessary during his testimony to the Senate Banking Committee late last month.
Some of those are just flatly misleading. The idea of elevators, it's the same elevator. It's been there since the building was built. So that's a mischaracterization. And some of those are no longer in the plans. That's earlier. The plans have continued to evolve.
I do want to bring in Amara Omokwe. She's been writing about this. She's Bloomberg News Federal Reserve reporter. She joins us from Washington, D.C. $2.5 billion is what is at issue here. What exactly is the Federal Reserve renovation happening right now? And who started planning this? Like give us the details here.
Yeah, so the Fed is currently renovating 2 historic buildings here in Washington, D.C., and they've said those renovations are basically meant to consolidate all their operations in one place and really restore these 2 historic buildings that are very old and that the Fed says haven't been comprehensively restored in quite some time. And so that's kind of the Fed's rationale for these renovations. They were approved by the Fed's board several years ago. So this project is not a new project. The Trump administration scrutiny of it is new, but this project has been going on for quite a while. And so what we're seeing here is President Trump and those in his administration now taking issue with the overall price tag of the project, which has increased in recent years, and then also taking issue with what Fed Chair Jerome Powell said about some of the design features in the renovation when he was on the Hill last month talking about these renovations. And some of the administration officials are basically alleging that Powell was not truthful in that testimony. And that seems to be what they're using to kind of lay the groundwork to say that perhaps President Trump has cause to remove Chair Powell from his position on the Fed's Board of Governors. Because, of course, to remove someone from the Fed's Board of Governors, you have to meet a very high legal standard, which is cause, something like malfeasance or neglect of duty. And so some administration officials seem to be trying to use this renovation issue to try and establish that cause.
Amara, as you mentioned, this is not new. This renovation has been going on for quite some time now. But is this the first time that the magnitude of the renovation is really being questioned?
Yeah, I would say so. And what kind of set this off was media reports about some of the features in the renovation. Basically, there was a media report that sort of characterized some of the features in the renovation as very lavish, very extravagant. And so that led to Republican senators, when Chair Powell was on the Hill last month, that led them to sort of question him over why there are some of these features, why the costs for the project have increased over the years. And so that is what kind of sort of brought this issue into the forefront recently. And then we've really seen the administration kind of seize upon it and use it as part of their overall sort of criticism of Chair Powell's stewardship of the Fed, both when they're talking about his interest rate, his stance on interest rates, and then also when they're talking about how he has managed this construction project.
What are observers of the Federal Reserve saying about this, and to what extent this could be? This is not part of the Fed's dual mandate by any means, right? Stable prices, maximum employment. The Fed chair has laser focused on that mandate that comes from Congress. He tells us that when we hear from him every few weeks. What are observers saying about this sort of, I'm not going to call it a sideshow because that's editorializing a little bit, but it's not core to the Fed's mission by any means. And it's very political.
It is very political. And I think what Fed observers are saying is that this is just a part of this pressure campaign that President Trump and many in his administration are putting on Chair Powell and Fed policymakers to lower interest rates. Like, Fed observers don't see these things as separate issues. They see it as part of the same pressure campaign. And it also really matters because, of course, we know that Chair Powell's term is up next year, next May, and President Trump's search for the next Fed chair is also on. And so it really does raise questions about what that search will look like and who President Trump will ultimately pick. Is he going to pick someone who is going to be more receptive to his views and the pressure that he puts on them when it comes to monetary policy and some of these other issues about the institutional management of the Fed? And so I think even beyond Chair Powell, it really does raise these questions about what the Fed looks like when the next chair takes over.
Amara, in regards to this renovation, what can really be done at this point? I mean, the builders are building. This has been going on for some time. Does the president then have the authority to come in and just cancel the entire thing, scale it back? How does that look?
I mean, I think the Fed has said that a lot of different input went into getting approved for this project, including the National Capital Planning Commission. Like, there are a lot of different bodies that sort of weighed in on this project. And I don't think it's within the president's purview to sort of stop the project. Like, in the law, the Fed has authority over its own buildings because the Fed in so many ways is an independent agency. But I think what the administration and what President Trump are really trying to do, they're trying to sort of question the optics around this, right? Bill Pulte, one of the administration officials who has really focused in on this renovation, will say things like, Jerome Powell is keeping interest rates high and making affordability difficult for Americans while he builds himself a $2.5 billion palace, right? Essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially like some of the lines of criticism. And so what you really see administration officials doing is really calling into question the credibility of Chair Powell. And again, you can't separate those efforts from the efforts that the administration is putting forth to try and make the Fed follow their lead on interest rates.
Amara, what happens to a Federal Reserve if Fed Chair Powell is forced out in some way? There's a Deutsche Bank analyst who essentially says that we could see a drop of at least 3 to 4% in the trade-weighted dollar. This is George Saravelos of Deutsche Bank. There would be 30 to 40 basis point sell-off in fixed income. He essentially argues that all this is underpriced.
Yeah, I mean, I think any economist you talk to, any investor who you talk to will say, look, if Fed Chair Jerome Powell is pushed out, or if there's any sort of inkling that the Fed is bowing to President Trump's pressure and any questions start to arise about whether the Fed is continuing its independence, like that is not good for the economy, one, and then that is not good for sort of the Buy America trade, right? We could see pressure on the dollar. We could see pressure on treasuries. And so, to be clear, President Trump has continued to say that he's not going to fire Chair Powell. But I think these sorts of questions, again, sort of raise the stakes when it comes to what's going to happen with Chair Powell's replacement, because any feeling that the Fed's independence is being compromised or that we have a person who's more likely to listen to Trump could be bad for sort of the Buy America trade.
Amara Mokwe, Bloomberg News Federal Reserve reporter, joining us from Washington, D.C. Up next, stocks on the move. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
Catch complete coverage from the world of politics and the world of business on Bloomberg Balance of Power. Tune in for Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons tonight at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. This is Bloomberg.
Everything you love about Bloomberg Radio is now inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg Radio shows right on your dashboard. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Another Fed official is weighing in on interest rates. Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack says she'd like to see inflation lowered a little bit further before she'd support a cut in interest rates. The Fed is widely expected to hold rates steady again when it meets later this month in Washington. After 4 months of overestimating readings on the Consumer Price Index, forecasters are predicting that tomorrow's report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics will show costs accelerating. Prices are expected to be higher in tariff-exposed categories for things like furniture, toys, recreational goods, as well as cars. The blue color you see in sports drinks and candy could soon be coming from the gardenia fruit. The Food and Drug Administration says it's given its okay for that product to be used. It's also urging food manufacturers to speed up the elimination of red dye number 3. It's currently due to go away by January of 2027. Stocks are up between 1/10 and 1/3%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
Tariffs on China remain in the spotlight.
President touting his push for a Gaza deal.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
President Trump lashed out at Elon Musk.
Darren Judd, yet another home run.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
The latest developments in the war in Ukraine.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything.
This is Caroline Hyde.
And I'm Ed Ludlow. Join us for Bloomberg Tech, a daily podcast focusing exclusively on technology, innovation, and the future of business.
We bring you the latest headlines from Silicon Valley and conversations with tech's biggest decision makers.
You have to have a pro-innovation mindset.
We were partnered with OpenAI.
We've all experienced this incredible revolution.
Bloomberg Tech.
Listen on Apple CarPlay and Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
Get the news you need to start your day in just 15 minutes.
Tariffs on China remain in the spotlight.
President touting his push for a Gaza deal.
Wake up with Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition.
President Trump lashed out at Elon Musk.
Darren Judd, yet another home run.
Available now on your podcast feed. Each weekday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern.
The latest developments in the war in Ukraine.
Subscribe to Bloomberg Daybreak U.S. edition today on Apple, Spotify, and everywhere you get your podcasts. Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stennebeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. I'm Tim Stennebeck. That's Nora Melinda. She is in for Carol Masser. We're seeing stocks higher across the board today. The S&P 500 up 0.2%. The NASDAQ Composite up 0.4%. The Dow up close to 0.2% as we speak. Nora, we went into today's session. I think investors were really concerned about trade tension, especially given what happened over the weekend with the president mentioning a 30% tariff on goods coming from the European Union. But he did say he was open to talking a little earlier, and that seemed to quell at least some near-term investor concerns.
Yeah, clearly. And we're seeing that reflected in the trade today as we're seeing all these indexes rallying higher. It's interesting as we're getting all these headlines, all these things coming in the mix. It seems as though the market is still buying.
We got a big week of earnings. We're going to hear from some of the big banks this week. We're also going to hear from some of the airlines this week. So plus inflation data that's happening as well.
Lots to cover.
Lots to cover. I'm Tim Stennebeck along with Nora Melinda. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. With us is Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Graffeo. It's Monday, Emily, but you're thinking about
the weekend?
Drinks in the weekend? I don't know. What's going on here?
I mean, I guess, it's
not too early for a drink.
Yeah. People can have beer and wine during the week.
People still do
Absolutely.
that? They still do that?
People
Okay.
do that. Maybe not Gen Z as much.
Yeah.
Because Gen Z is very focused on wellness. And maybe that's what's reflected
Allegedly.
in Constellation Brands stock. The ticker is STZ. It's down about 4% today. Again, maybe it could be related to that declining demand from Gen Z, but we also got news on the Trump tariffs. So President Trump declared a 30% tariff rate for Mexico and the EU. There wasn't anything specific about alcohol, but these are key markets for drinks makers. So not only Constellation Brands is down, but we're also seeing Brown-Forman, Boston Beer, Molson Coors down. Constellation makes Modelo and Corona, and Citi noted that 100% of their beer profile is brewed in Mexico. Of course, this all hinges on, is that the tariff rate that will actually stick?
Yeah, and I'm looking at shares year to date, down 25% for this company. So it seems as though people are a little bit here on the stock here.
Right. And you hear a lot about like drinks makers and beverage companies trying to pivot away from alcohol. And I feel like every other day someone is introducing a non-alcoholic option.
Right.
I think it's a general cultural shift away from drinking a lot. That's weighing on these companies as well.
Yeah, low calorie options. People like an alternative these days.
Hey, speaking of a cultural shift, it seems to be that we're seeing a cultural shift when it comes to Wall Street and it comes to crypto, with Bitcoin reaching a new all-time high. I know you're watching a crypto company.
Yeah, this is a big milestone. Bitcoin topping 120K. It felt like just a year ago we were talking about how it was at like 60K. But I'm looking at Coinbase specifically because this is kind of a company that embodies that idea of digital asset DeFi becoming more mainstream. Coinbase, of course, is a crypto exchange. They're in the US. They joined the S&P 500 a couple months ago. And so that stock is higher today. We tend to see whenever there's like Bitcoin reaching a new high, Coinbase does well. And then also just watching the space for this week because the White House is calling this crypto week. There's going to be some bills that Congress is voting on this week that would clarify the structure of the crypto sector and regulations around it. So all around, it's like a very bullish day for crypto. And Coinbase, the ticker there is coin.
How fitting. You're also looking at Rocket Lab, right?
Yes. So Rocket Lab, ticker RKLB, is at a record high right now. It's up about 7%. Citi raised their price target on this stock. They said that the price target comes as they shift their valuation methodology to the company's revenue potential, which, if that sounds a bit boring, there's also some actually space related news in here. This is a rocket satellite company. They said they expect revenue to grow roughly 2.6 billion, driven by 20 Neutron launches per year, further satellite construction wins, particularly for US government programs. So I don't know. I always think space is interesting, and certainly investors like to bet on it.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's a $22 billion market cap as of now. It's tiny compared to, in terms of launches, in terms of capabilities versus SpaceX. But Emily, it's always interesting to see what this company does.
Yeah.
In the wake of any tension that we see between President Trump and Elon Musk. And we've seen it move quite a bit over the last 6 weeks or so as the president has threatened to pull SpaceX contracts. To what extent Rocket Lab could actually fulfill what SpaceX does, that it can't do that at this point. There aren't that many competitors. There aren't really, that can actually do that. But,
it's up 640%.
It's
over
insane.
the last 12 months.
It's insane looking at all these aerospace or these space stocks here. I'm looking at an ETF. It's ticker UFO, Procure Space ETF, up about 30% this year. But if you really dig into some of the names there, lots of activity to watch.
Imagine if SpaceX was a public company, how much higher that ETF would be. There are certainly some ETFs that hold, a bits of it, but it's obviously private.
Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo. For more conversations like this, check out our new Stock Movers podcast. You can subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Check out Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. If you're sticking around on TV, The Close is up next. If you're going to join us on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, or Bloomberg Originals, Emily Grafeo is sticking around. And so is Nora Melinda. That's next.
Wall Street prepares for the latest read on inflation.
Underlying inflation rose by less than forecast.
What will the numbers mean for the Fed's July meeting?
Is inflation still coming down even if we don't know the timeline?
Instant reaction on Bloomberg surveillance.
Investors are trying to factor in tariffs.
The news flow is extraordinary.
Inflation in focus. Tomorrow morning at 8:30 Eastern. Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app, and always on Bloomberg Radio. Context changes everything. Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Knockbox. I'm Christopher Cruz in Washington. President Trump is threatening to double tariffs on Russia's trading partners if Moscow doesn't agree to a ceasefire in Ukraine within 50 days. He spoke to reporters in the Oval Office.
I'm disappointed in President Putin because I thought we would have had a deal 2 months ago, but it doesn't seem to get there.
The president also announced the U.S. will be providing Patriot missiles to Ukraine. At the Pentagon, CBS's Charlie D'Agata says Russian President Vladimir Putin will likely respond to the threat by ratcheting up his attacks on Ukraine.
The mood music has changed in the past few weeks, and it shows a frustration. Now, whether you can strong arm President Putin to the negotiating table, that hasn't been a tactic that has worked in the past. So I think we can expect an escalation in the next few weeks.
People in Fall River, Massachusetts are still processing the news that 9 residents of an assisted living facility died in a fire.
Firefighters arrived at the Gabriel house just before 10 last night and found a chaotic scene. Fire Chief Jeffrey Bacon.
We had an unspeakable tragedy here in Fall River last night. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families of the victims.
About 50 firefighters responded to the facility. The police department says officers carried out about a dozen residents who couldn't walk. Some of those who died were in the building, others at the hospital. Wendy Gillette, CBS News.
And we've just learned that the firefighters union is now saying that understaffing hampered rescue efforts and cost lives there. In Central Texas, volunteer searchers have been told to stop searching for many of the more than 160 people still missing in flash flooding because of today's threatening weather. CBS's Jason Allen is in Kerrville.
We had to move up from the banks of the river this morning where we were because the forecast is for it to come up another 6 feet or so. You know, officials here have started using the word recovery now for their efforts along the river, which means the eventual death toll from this storm could get close to 300 people.
A Kerr County commissioner said during a meeting this morning that he has received death threats. President Trump is threatening 2 of America's largest trading partners, the EU and Mexico, with 30% tariffs starting in August if they don't reach a deal with the U.S. CBS News Money Watch correspondent Kelly O'Grady says the tariffs could hurt American consumers.
Some of the products that you might see from the EU, right? Pharmaceuticals, cars, wine and spirits. Now, when you might see these price increases, think 3 to 6 months.
More than 20 states have now sued the Trump administration in an attempt to unfreeze billions of dollars in funding for after-school and summer programs. Less than an hour before the close of trading, the Dow is up fractionally. This is CBS News.
If you've got a household, you need a knockbox. Just head over to theknockbox.com and use promo code CBS16 to save 16% off. Get organized and save.
Hi, it's CBS health and wellness expert Cooper Lawrence. Are you traveling this summer? Will you leave instructions for a house sitter? The name and number of your vet? The code to your alarm? Think about the steps you take to prepare for your vacation, and you'll get a sense of what goes into a knockbox. Knockbox is a complete system that helps you organize all of your accounts, possessions, and estate plans for your next of kin. Each knockbox comes with a comprehensive checklist that helps ensure you add everything they'll need to manage your estate when you're gone. From your funeral directives to your insurance policies and even the keys to your storage unit, the knockbox helps you organize it all. If you've got a household, you need a knockbox. Just head over to theknockbox.com and use promo code CBS16 to save 16% off. That's the knockbox.com, promo code CBS16 to save 16% off. Theknockbox.com. Get organized and save.
Stands for something.
Officials in the world's most populous county are telling manufacturers of air conditioners to make a change. Details from CBS's Cami McCormick.
The government in India wants to require the lowest thermostat setting on all new air conditioners to be 68 degrees. It's part of an effort to save on electricity. India is dealing with increasingly hotter and longer summers. Current air conditioners can cool to as low as 62 degrees. India is one of the world's largest air conditioner markets. 1.4 billion people live in the country, and 10 to 15 million air conditioners are sold each year.
The Sesame Workshop is working to regain full control of Elmo's X account after it was hacked and someone posted racist and anti-Semitic messages. Instead of its usual uplifting posts, the account shared offensive content, including a reference to the Jeffrey Epstein investigation. The posts were quickly deleted. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
It is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. We are just an hour away from the close of trading here, and we're seeing stocks higher today. The S&P 500 up 0.2%, the NASDAQ up 0.3%, the Dow up 0.2%. I'm Tim Stenevec, along with Nora Melinda. She is Bloomberg News equities reporter in for Carol Masser. Seeing a little bit of optimism in the trade.
We are.
A little better than what we saw earlier today if you're long in this market.
A pop higher. Communication services, financials, those are the best performing sectors right now in the S&P 500. Real estate right behind them, but a loser today, energy. Energy stocks not doing too hot.
Hey, speaking of stocks that are doing hot, a new generation of YOLO chanting retail traders are demanding risky, volatile, single stock ETFs.
And Elon Musk is turning to Tesla and SpaceX to fuel his AI ambitions.
Also, the Shark Tank companies that are feeling a bite from Trump's tariffs. All that and more over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week Daily. Before we get to those YOLO chanting retail traders, though, we're getting a check of Charlie Pellet and the day's trade, the top business stories. Charlie's over it all. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We've got just about 54 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. NASDAQ at a record. S&P close to a record. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green right now. Traders sending stocks higher after parsing President Trump's latest tariff remarks. Right now, the S&P 500 index higher by 11 at 6270, a gain of 0.2%. NASDAQ up 68. That is a gain of 0.3%, while the Dow is up 82. Dow Industrial is up by about 0.2%. The Mag 7 index up 0.1%. Your 10-year 4.42%. The 2-year 3.89%. Gold retreating by 0.2%, 33.49. The ounce on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude 67.02 down by just about 2.1%. Bitcoin up 0.8%, just above a record $120,000 on Bitcoin. So it is an update for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. As for the overall market outlook, Amanda Agati is Chief Investment Officer for Asset Management at PNC Bank.
I've been saying all year, the purple haze of fiscal policy uncertainty is really the only thing that matters. And so it is hard, with now a potentially hard line in the sand with August 1st, to say what the second half of the year is really going to look like. So I think we'll get a little bit more intel. Things haven't been quite as bad as what was feared, but I think the second half is just going to be a tough slog.
And you can hear more of the conversation with Amanda Agati of PNC on the Surveillance podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Bank stocks higher ahead of earnings tomorrow morning from JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. JP Morgan up now by 0.5%, Citigroup up by 0.7%, Wells Fargo up by 0.9%. And of course, count on Bloomberg for the first word on those bank earnings tomorrow morning. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie Pellet. I'm going to set the scene a little bit here. At a home office in Greenwich, Connecticut, you'll find an unorthodox 56-year-old money manager who oversees $4.5 billion. He's got a team working entirely from home. We're talking about Matthew Tuttle, whom Emily Graffeo and Vildana Heinrich write is one of the leading architects of leveraged single stock ETFs. Think an ETF that provides twice the daily return of Michael Saylor's Bitcoin holding company strategy. Emily Graffeo and Vildana Heinrich are Bloomberg News cross-asset reporters. They join us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Thanks for having us.
Good to have you guys here.
Yeah.
Congratulations on this story. I know there was a bit of time in the making, so we're glad to have both of you here in the studio. Vildana, can you explain exactly how these things work? This is kind of blowing my mind here.
Yeah, these are basically ETFs. So it's prepackaged for you. It's very easily accessible. It trades on an exchange, obviously. They tend to be really cheap, although some of the more complex ones charge a bit more. But the idea is that they make these complex trades available to the retail masses, for example. So they offer 2x the daily returns of MicroStrategy, for example, or Strategy as it's now known, or any number of, very popular companies, NVIDIA, Tesla. But also you can buy the inverse of those. So you can do 2x inverse MicroStrategy. So for instance, if you don't love Tesla, you can buy minus 2x Tesla. So these are really booming in popularity. They're garnering billions of dollars. And it's one way for these sort of upstart ETF issuers to really stand out in this market, in this ETF industry there's more than 4,000 ETFs. So one way for them to stand out is with some of these more interesting products.
So, Emily, who are the issuers here? What kind of stocks are they putting into these funds?
So, like Vildana said, the issuers are mainly not the asset managers that maybe you've heard of. So it's not going to be BlackRock, Vanguard, or State Street launching a single stock leveraged ETF, as we call them. Matthew Tuttle, he has his namesake ETF firm, Tuttle Capital Management. We also profiled Sylvia Jablonski of Defiance ETFs and Will Rind of Granite Shares. So these are ETF companies. They've been around for like 5-10 years, but they're still relatively newer and relatively smaller than the bigger players in the ETF space. But they're really crafting this niche because they have products that it's almost like BlackRock is never going to launch. Almost like from a reputational risk perspective, BlackRock is not going to go out there and launch a 2x Dogecoin ETF, for example, which I don't think they actually have one of those launched, but I think they filed for one of these other startup issuers. But there is demand out there for those products. So that's kind of where the startups come in. They are kind of filling that demand.
Right. And I know, Vildana, a minute ago, you just mentioned how popular this really is. So what's really propelled the growth of leverage ETFs specifically?
I think especially over the last couple of years, a lot of retail investors, as we know, have turned to trading, to daily trading, to managing their own portfolios. If you are a big believer in some of these names that tend to have a following, like Strategy, for example, Michael Saylor, he has a fan base. So it makes sense that that would be an ETF, a 2x Strategy ETF would be one of the more popular ones. Or even with Tesla, obviously we know Elon Musk has a big fan base. So for people who really want to double down, these might be attractive to them, although obviously it goes without saying even maybe that they are risky. So people are drawn to them. You're really supposed to only hold it for a day or a couple of days at most. And a lot of people do. They do hold it for just a couple of days, just because the way that they are composed, the way that they're made up, they reset on a daily basis. So you can have sort of like a drag it's called a volatility drag, but it sort of hits your performance. It can hit your performance a little bit to the point where you are maybe underperforming the underlying stock. It depends. It varies what the market's doing, what the underlying stocks are doing. But
yeah, it could get ugly quickly.
It can. If the underlying stock is down 20%, then what's a 2x going to do, for example? So
I didn't know there would be math.
There's a lot of math involved. Yeah.
This is a
numbers
quiz.
No, we're not going to do a quiz. Emily, I want to talk to you about sort of the pushback that these are getting from the typical, quote, Wall Street guys. I mean, Bill Ackman had this tweet back in April. How have 3x leveraged ETFs and zero-day expiration options advanced society or contributed to our economy? Cliff Asness of AQR Capital Management, he tweeted out your story earlier today with some commentary. People don't love this.
Yeah, I mean, this goes beyond just single stock leveraged ETFs. A lot of these hedge funds have kind of pitched themselves as being able to offer a trade that you can only get if you invest in a hedge fund. ETFs, not only with single stock leverage ETFs, but also there are more and more ETFs known as buffer ETFs that kind of look like structured products, ETFs that invest in multiple asset classes all at once, are kind of starting to look more and more like what some may argue you could get in a hedge fund. So I think there is this general, we could call it maybe feeling of nervousness that this is more and more looking like a trade that maybe is disrupting hedge fund investing. That's what I've heard before. I've written before about like pension funds, endowments. The Yukon endowment famously shifted. They sold out of all their hedge funds and bought buffer ETFs. So there is this general nervousness, I would say. But that's not to say that the critiques aren't without some merit. As Vildana mentioned, these are risky products. Often they are marketed towards retail. And so not just the hedge fund people on Wall Street, but also regulators have raised some concerns about, okay, how are these marketed? Do retail investors really know how quickly you can lose your money? Are the names of the funds clear enough to kind of describe what you're actually getting into? So yeah, that's something that we looked into as well.
And let's not forget that some of these hedge fund managers are actually using some of these ETFs for their trades. So I think David Einhorn at the start of the year was revealed that he was, I believe, shorting one or multiple of the MicroStrategy levered ETFs. So a bunch of them are also utilizing them in their own trades and their own portfolios.
How difficult is it for startups to compete in the ETF world?
It's really difficult because, like we mentioned, there's more than 4,000 ETFs. You're not going to launch an S&P 500 ETF. There's so many of those options, and the established players for those index tracking funds, they're already doing really well. They've been around for a while, so you have to almost sort of find the so-called white space and see where you can fit yourself in. That's why we are seeing more innovative fund ideas coming about. And I think one of the takeaways of this story is that they are proving really popular with retail investors, and the issuers who are putting them out are issuers who are sort of running these really efficient operations, but they're gathering billions of dollars and they're seeing success with a lot of products. Not every product that these issuers put out is going to be a success, and not every has been a success, but you never know. The MicroStrategy levered funds, when they first came out, I think within a couple weeks or maybe 2 months, they gathered billions of dollars. So you almost never know, and it's almost worth a try in their eyes to give some of these ideas a try.
Well, check out this story. Vildana Heinrich and Emily Griffeo co-wrote it. Spent a lot of time reporting it out. It's really worth checking out. And they got to go all the way to Connecticut and hang out in Greenwich.
Great state of Connecticut. It wasn't too far.
It wasn't too far. Okay, good. It is Bloomberg Business Week. Check out their story on the Bloomberg Terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Coming up next, Elon Musk needs money to fuel his AI ambitions. Where he's turning. That's next.
Get the latest news whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Top stories from our global team of reporters at the click of a button. Get Bloomberg News Now on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is Bloomberg.
Global market news changes in an instant, so don't miss a minute. Listen to Bloomberg Radio anytime, anywhere around the world on the iHeartRadio app. Tune in, the Bloomberg Business app, Sirius XM 121, and the Bloomberg Terminal.
To me, context is about pattern recognition. It's connecting the dots. It's giving readers an ability to synthesize a number of different perspectives so they can understand how the greater whole works, because nothing really occurs in isolation anymore. I'm Tim O'Brien, and I'm the Senior Executive Editor at Bloomberg Opinion. On our platform, we ask tough questions and solve complex problems with the facts in mind. Start exploring our opinion coverage and more at Bloomberg.com/opinion.
You said you'd never buy your kid candy from the checkout aisle or forget extra diapers. You'd never lick your thumb to clean their face. Never, ever become a minivan mom. So when you say you'd never leave your child in a hot car, no, it can happen. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk in temperatures as low as 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Never happens. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast, Benjamin Laidler, Bradesco.
Well, I think the market has sort of made its peace with, something like 10. I think the reality here is, though, we may end up at double that. And to your earlier point, the market's at 22 times earnings, that's above average. The VIX is at 16 last time I looked, well below average. I think that's just a very vulnerable, setup. As I say, I'd probably buy any significant weakness. Looking further out, I wouldn't want to bet against corporate America. I would certainly be buying the rest of the world, where you have a sort of double discount of sort of cheaper currencies and cheaper valuations. But yes, I think this could be a sort of long, hot summer with a bit of volatility.
Wait, this is a bet I've never heard. Are you in cash, Ben Laidler?
I would certainly be holding a little bit of cash, ready to buy that dip, which I think is coming. And I would certainly be looking at the rest of the world. I mean, I think the rotation narrative remains in place. I think this is worse news for the United States than it is for the rest of the world economically. And I think the rest of the world has buffers that the US doesn't have. The US still has this double premium of an expensive currency and expensive equity markets, and the rest of the world doesn't. I wouldn't want to bet too much against corporate America. I'd be looking for opportunities in any sell-off in tech and healthcare. But I do think we've taken the taco narrative too much at face value, right here. I think there are, the Trump puts are still out there. They're just further away. I mean, I think there's maybe a new one you alluded to earlier of the sort of American stomach. What's going to happen when your coffee, your orange juice, your sugar, your beef is all 50% more expensive? Time will tell, and we will find out.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Surveillance Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got NASDAQ at a record, 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. S&P up 7 right now, 62.67, up by about 0.1%. Traders sending stocks higher after parsing President Trump's latest tariff remarks. We've got the S&P close to a record. The Dow up 38, up by about 0.1%. NASDAQ up 57 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, up by about 0.3%. 10-year 4.42%, the 2-year 3.89%. Gold is down $6 the ounce, $33.49 on the precious metal, down 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.9%, $67.12 a barrel on WTI, and Bitcoin at a record at $119,756 on Bitcoin, was trading above $121,000. Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland President Beth Hammack says she wants to see inflation lowered further before she would support a cut in interest rates.
I do think we're pretty close to where the neutral rate is. And so I see an economy that's resilient. I see one that's working really well. And I don't see a need to really reduce unless we see material weakening on the labor side.
Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack speaking with Fox Business News. General Motors and LG Energy Solution plan to add more battery production lines at their joint venture plant in Tennessee to make lower cost cells beginning in late 2027. GM up by about 0.1%. And this headline from the Bloomberg Professional Service: the U.S. Supreme Court will let President Trump continue his Education Department purge. Recapping, stocks higher. S&P right now up by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Once again, repeating that headline that we just heard from Charlie Pellet. The Supreme Court has let the Trump administration, President Trump, continue its Education Department purge. For more details on that story, check it out on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Let's talk about the world of Elon Inc. The money behind Elon Musk's trillion-dollar empire is increasingly flowing in one direction, and that's toward AI. Musk said on Sunday that he plans to hold a vote by Tesla shareholders on whether the company should invest in xAI, the cash-burning AI startup that he founded 2 years ago. It comes shortly after SpaceX, his mammoth rocket launch company, agreed to invest about $2 billion into the AI firm. This, according to people familiar with the matter. Dana Hull and Ed Ludlow write about Elon turning to Tesla and SpaceX to fuel his AI ambitions. Dana Hull is Bloomberg News senior technology reporter. She's also contributor to the Elon Inc. podcast. You can catch new episodes of that every single week, wherever you get your podcasts. She joins us from our San Francisco bureau. Dana, Tesla is, I know it's not a car company because we're told it's not a car company. I heard you chuckle there. We're told it's not a car company. They do Optimus. They do the self-driving stuff. But listen, what moves the company's stock? How many cars they delivered. Do they have any business, according to the folks you talked to, making an investment in this money-losing AI company?
Yeah, so the money needs of XAI are enormous. I mean, billions of dollars are pouring into artificial intelligence. There's huge need for compute and data centers. And, XAI is building out this big data center in Memphis called Colossus. And as we've seen so often with Elon Musk, he doesn't, he runs 5 companies, but they're not really separate. They have overlapping investors, engineers, management, sometimes boards, and Musk often, I don't want to say robs Peter to pay Paul, but he will commingle his companies in a way that is very unlike any other corporate CEO that we've seen. And I think in his mind, AI is the future. Tesla is also an AI company. If they can invest in XAI, they maybe get preferential access to Grok. We're already seeing that Tesla is now integrating Grok, the chatbot, into its cars. We know that Tesla has sold megapacks to XAI for that Memphis data center. So they already are working together quite a bit. And I think, a lot of investors, particularly the retail investors, see this as a way to get in on XAI. So there probably is a fair amount of shareholder support for this idea, at least from the retail side.
Yeah. And speaking of support, so of course, Musk is planning to hold a vote by Tesla shareholders on whether or not the EV maker should invest in XAI. Does Elon usually let other people, including his shareholders and supporters, weigh in on his decision making?
Yeah, something like so Tesla is a publicly traded company. And so this would be a management proposal that would likely be spelled out in the proxy. We know that Tesla is having its shareholder meeting on November 6th. We have not seen a proxy yet, but this idea is something that Musk has floated for over a year now. I think he first polled people on X, should Tesla invest $5 billion in XAI a year ago? And so it sounds like now it's likely to be in the proxy. Because it is a publicly traded company, shareholders have to weigh in. It would be a sizable investment for Tesla.
I want to read a post that you linked to in the piece that you and Ed wrote. It's from Grok on X. First off, we deeply apologize for the horrific behavior that many experienced. We have removed that deprecated code and refactor the entire system to prevent further abuse. This was on Friday, Dana, and it was about the horrific behavior. It was referred to itself as Mecha Hitler, and it had posts that praised Adolf Hitler and appeared to call the Holocaust, quote, effective. This is the chatbot for XAI. Is this thing ready? If you're a Tesla investor, do you have pause about sending money from Tesla to a company that has made a mistake such as this in the AI race?
I know, right? That is a very good question. Well, I think when you say Tesla investor, there's sort of 2 camps of investors. There are institutional investors, a lot of index funds. Tesla obviously joined the S&P 500 back in December 2020. And then there's this very rabid retail shareholder base that is wildly enthusiastic, very on board with Elon, and they're really betting on Elon in the future. And if the future is not car sales, it's got to be something. And so I see that this is all part of Elon's big plan to really position himself as a leader in AI. Remember that XAI was founded after OpenAI by his rival Sam Altman came out with ChatGPT. And so you're seeing Grok try to be a big player in this field. Yes, they have absolutely made mistakes. The whole Hitler thing from last week was horrible. I think it's notable that Grok apologized, or XAI apologized, and they seem to be sorting it out. But the other question I have is do Tesla owners want Grok in their cars? I'm assuming there's a way to opt out or not enable that if you want, but I don't think that when people buy a Tesla, they necessarily signed up for Grok.
So Musk has, of course, really stepped away from that whole political sphere that he was in for a little while, but
except when he tweets.
I was going to say, is it fair to say that that's the case? He's trying to step away, I will say.
I don't really buy that, to be honest. He had to step away from Doge because his time as a special government employee had a limit. You can only serve X number of days per year as an SGE. And so that came to an end, but he just can't help himself. If he feels strongly about something, like he cannot keep his mouth shut. So we saw him tweeting over the weekend about the Epstein files. I mean, and he is still talking about creating a third party. He has, for all intents and purposes, quote unquote, stepped away from Doge, but I think he still has ambitions to be a player in the midterms, to potentially really start this third party. And he has poured so much money into American politics already. I don't see him going quietly into the night on that.
As we think about XAI, I mean, is there still a conversation about his head being in too many places right now with too many business ventures?
I mean, that's an ongoing perennial criticism of Elon, that he's spread too thin, that he's distracted, that he's got too many things on his plate. But that's the way he's operated for years. I mean, he simultaneously ran Tesla and SpaceX for decades, and SpaceX is the most valuable company in the world right now, and Tesla still has a $1 trillion market cap. So I feel like a lot of long-term investors see past that, and they think that, Elon is a genius who can hyper-focus where he needs to and when he needs to. And, that criticism hasn't really held up. Like, he is able to execute when he's hyper-focused, and he hyper-focuses a lot, every day.
How can we look to Tesla's acquisition of Solar City close to a decade ago as sort of a blueprint for a private investment or an investment in a private company such as XAI?
Well, it was the same kind of deal, right? Where Solar City was struggling and really needed a bailout. And so Tesla bought Solar City, which was rife with all of these conflicts of interest because Elon was the chair of the board, was the largest investor. So it was some people forget, Tesla acquired Solar City. I mean, Solar City was a company that Elon founded with his cousins. So this was, and now, I mean, Tesla still has a solar roof division somewhat, but it's the same thing. Tesla has money, XAI needs money. Tesla, Elon's going to go to his board and say, we should invest. They're going to bring it to the shareholders. I'm sure there'll be a campaign around it. I would imagine that it could pass, unless there's really strong institutional opposition. And, the Solar City deal was rife with all these conflicts, and it went to court, but ultimately Tesla prevailed, and it ended up being okay for shareholders. I mean, they took a bath initially, but the company has still achieved great heights.
Chief Investment Officer Nancy Tengler said that an investment into XAI will further dilute the declining EV business. Is this something that you're hearing from sources as well?
I mean, absolutely. Tesla used to be all about selling cars. The company used to say that it was going to make 20 million cars a year by 2030. They've completely abandoned that. Elon now tweets things about how owning a car will be like owning a horse. The future is all about shared mobility and ride sharing and AI and Optimus. And, we haven't heard anything about the Mexico plant in months. I mean, I think that plant is basically dead for all intents and purposes. So, yeah, I mean, Tesla has got to find a way to make money. And if they can catch the AI wave and get a return on their investment in XAI, ultimately that's seen as a good thing.
Mm-hmm. In about 30 seconds or less, how's SpaceX doing in regards to everyone trying to do the space race right now?
SpaceX is the dominant launch provider in the United States, full stop. I mean, there's no other way to get to the International Space Station except for on SpaceX in the United States. So I think that they have Starlink. So, I mean, even though they've had some setbacks with Starship, they are the dominant provider in the U.S.
So next time the president threatens to cut off contracts with SpaceX, just remember what Dana said, full stop. They're the dominant provider of this technology.
The Pentagon just gave XAI a contract today. I mean, with some other AI companies as well, up to $200 million per each to do AI for the government. So those contracts keep flowing.
Dana Hull, Bloomberg News senior technology reporter, also a contributor to the Elon Inc. podcast. Catch new episodes of the podcast each week. Meantime, back to this redhead that crossed the Bloomberg terminal just minutes ago. The U.S. Supreme Court let President Trump resume dismantling the Department of Education, lifting a lower court order that required the reinstatement of as many as 1,400 workers. Granting an emergency request from the administration over 3 dissents, the justices put on hold a federal district court ruling that said that Trump purge could leave the department unable to perform duties required under U.S. law. the Supreme Court order will apply while the case continues on appeal. Stocks still in the green, but off their best levels of the day. When we come back, we're driving to the close. Mike Regan will be here. That's next on Business Week Daily.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is giving the green light for more Patriot missile defense systems to NATO, which will then give them to Ukraine. CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
This is sort of a repackaging of systems that have already been in place and encouraging, as he has made abundantly clear, encouraging NATO partners to step up.
And Trump said he'll double tariffs on Russia's trading partners unless Moscow agrees to stop its invasion of Ukraine within 50 days. The investigation continues into the cause of the fire at an assisted living facility in Fall River, Massachusetts, that killed 9 residents. Mayor Paul Coogan.
A lot of these people needed assistance just getting out of the building, and a 5-star effort got as many people out as we could.
The EU is threatening retaliatory tariffs on goods imported from the U.S. Here's CBS's Ramy Inocencio in London.
Europe's biggest exports to the U.S., things like French wine, for example, German cars, big pharma like Ozempic, for example.
CBS News Brief. I'm Christopher Cruz.
Catch up with the biggest names in business. Listen to Bloomberg Podcasts. The Circuit with Emily Chang.
I speak with JP Morgan CEO Jamie Dimon.
Odd Lots with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway.
Austin Goolsbee, the Chicago Fed president.
And Bloomberg Wall Street Week with David Weston.
A discussion with BlackRock's Larry Fink.
Listen on Apple CarPlay or Android Auto with the Bloomberg Business app and anywhere you get your podcasts.
We have the perfect guest for this topic.
Bloomberg Podcasts. Context changes everything.
A warming planet, complex geopolitics, and fierce competition means business operations are under more scrutiny than ever before. Returning to Singapore this July, the Bloomberg Sustainable Business Summit is uniting leaders and investors to explore how sustainability efforts can bolster resilience and mitigate risk. Summit advisor, Bangkok Bank. Presenting sponsor Schneider Electric. Supporting sponsor Fraser's Property. Learn more at bloomberglive.com/SBS-Singapore.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. For years, the NCAA has shunned beer, wine, and alcohol as sponsors of the March Madness basketball tournament. But the NCAA is trying to expand the tournament to 76 teams as soon as next spring. And according to the Wall Street Journal, it'll need to sell official alcohol sponsorships, but it can't sell those. So it'll have to convince tournament broadcasters to do it and then have them add that money to their annual payment to the NCAA. Uno is a family game that appeals to kids for its simple rules. Now the Palms Casino Resort in Las Vegas is throwing out a wild card and opening the first Uno social club just off the Strip. Casino.org says the club, apparently the first of many, features Uno table games with the dealer to shuffle and distribute cards, but the games will not be available on the gaming floor, just in the club, and you'll have to be a member. Heading toward the close, stocks are up between 0.1% and 0.3%. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast, a conversation with Christina Hooper, Chief Market Strategist at the Man Group on the markets.
What we've seen is significant downward revisions to expectations for earnings this quarter. If we look back at March 31st, earnings growth was expected to be about 9% for the S&P 500. We're down slightly below 5% now. And I would imagine when all is said and done, it will actually be lower than that. So it is somewhat disappointing, but these are parts of the cracks I'm seeing appearing in the U.S. economy. We can't apply so much pressure and expect it to remain as resilient.
Now, you talked about this a little bit when you were getting into earnings. You said about how companies are going to approach it. What kind of tone do you think the executives are going to set? Because a lot of people just waiting to see what those top leaders are going to say.
I think they're going to be cautious. I don't know if I can characterize it as cautiously optimistic. I think they're going to be cautious because there are so many unknowns, and we're clearly seeing some signs of weakness for U.S. consumers. I mean, if we just look at continuing jobless claims, they are at 3-year highs, certainly nowhere near what we saw during the pandemic. But we have to be concerned with longer term unemployment. One of the things Chair Powell has talked about repeatedly at different press conferences is how we're seeing a match between job creation and job losses. Both are on the low side. But if we see a situation where job losses pick up, I think that creates an environment in which we get closer to a possible recession.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Bloomberg Intelligence Podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks pushing higher. NASDAQ at a record. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here she is, Jordan Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Charlie. Main U.S. averages are in the green after Trump says he's open to trade talks. The S&P cash is up 0.1% with the NASDAQ up 0.3%. Taking a look at the Dow, Boeing, Walmart, and 3M lead, with Chevron, Procter & Gamble, and UNH under pressure. The energy sector is slumping after Trump threatened 100% tariffs on Russia. In tech, Meta will invest tens of billions of dollars to build gigawatt-level data centers. And in New York City politics, Andrew Cuomo said he will be staying in the mayoral race. Wrapping things up, gold and oil are sliding, and bank earnings kick off tomorrow. My name is Jordan Fitzgerald from the First Word Breaking News Desk. All yours, Charlie.
All right. I thank you very much, Jordan. And for on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
Funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
Well, look at that. 18 minutes to go until the close of trading. The Dow up more than 0.1%, as is the S&P 500. The NASDAQ up 0.2%. So we're off the best levels of the day, but also off the worst levels of the day. Let's bring in Mike Regan. He's Bloomberg News managing editor for equities in the U.S. and Canada. I don't think I've ever read that title before.
New title, yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thanks.
You know what? I'm still going to ask you about crypto.
Of course.
Let's start there, actually. I want to mix it up a little bit. I want to throw something at you because you've spent the last couple of years in the crypto trenches.
Yeah.
$120,000, Mike Regan. Why?
Can you believe it? Well,
I can't.
It is Crypto Week in Washington, D.C., of course. Congress looking at some sort of next bills that they want to get out the door this year, sort of put some regulations on the structure of the crypto market. So, a lot of optimism about that. It doesn't take a lot of news to sort of keep this optimism going in crypto world. Obviously, a very narrative driven market. So the fact that they're all talking about it this week in DC is enough to get you past that 120 level. I think it has come back down a little bit below that, but certainly been a pretty eye-popping rally, of course.
How much of the crypto rally that we've seen has been about this new administration and the policies around the new administration? Can we literally go back to, I don't know, maybe when Polymarket told us that President Trump would win again, and look at the gains in Bitcoin from there and say that's all due to President Trump's policies or optimism around those?
Yeah, well, and I think we're seeing a little more meat on the bone as far as what will those policies the outcomes will be. We have almost every day, it seems like there's a new company announcing a crypto treasury strategy. In other words, just buying Bitcoin or other tokens just for their own corporate treasury, or really just
the Michael Saylor strategy.
The Michael Saylor strategy is just being repeated so often. It's mesmerizing to watch. I think the bigger question is, why hasn't it gone up more with all of these players getting into the market? But I think the general thinking is that there are plenty of old school hodlers, as they say, who have just been sitting on vast amounts of Bitcoin and kind of, willing to give up a little bit of it to these new corporate buyers. But, the net result has been a very ebullient and buoyant market, obviously, for Bitcoin. And now Ether's catching up a little bit as well.
Mike, I want to bring us over to equities, since that's where you now reside. We were together.
Because Nora Melinda is Bloomberg News equities reporter.
How fitting. Well, when we're looking at the market, if you went to sleep on January, woke up today, it's crazy. So many things happened in between. But when you look at the market, We're not doing too bad. We're not doing too bad. S&P 500 up about 6.5%.
Yeah.
Does the market just not care about this news? What's going on?
I think, obviously it all follows the earnings and the economic outlook. And so far, we really haven't seen too much damage to either one. Now, obviously, the outlook for this earnings season is not sort of super bright. In fact, Bloomberg Intelligence is estimating about 2.5% year-over-year growth in earnings for S&P 500 companies. Now, these companies have a long storied tradition of beating those estimates. So you look at a typical beat, you're probably talking about more like 5 or 6% earnings growth. So, in a way that kind of matches what we've seen in the market so far. And the growth is expected to pick up a little bit in the second half of the year. Now, that said, the term event risk really comes to mind when I think about this earnings season coming up, especially.
Is that event tariffs?
The tariffs and sort of, don't forget we have other big news tomorrow, which is CPI.
Yeah,
right.
And both the core CPI rate on both a month-over-month basis expected to tick up a little bit to 0.3, and on a year-over-year basis to 2.9%. Now that 2.9 to me is pretty intriguing number because, as long as you have a two handle, as they say on CPI, I think, everyone can kind of sort of, keep their calm. But should it surprise a little bit and you get to sort of a 3% year over year CPI, that core CPI, that is, I think, a bit of an eye popper. And really, as much as President Trump wants the Fed to cut rates and is really screaming from the rooftops that they should, it's tough to do that for the Fed with inflation sort of going the wrong direction. So that combined with, maybe the earnings don't surprise as much as they could. I do think, it's there's a lot of good news priced in, and I think the S&P 500 companies really need to deliver and outperform the expectations to keep this going.
You mentioned President Trump, of course, is really anxious. He really wants rates to be brought down. He's made that abundantly clear. When we look at the market, we spent a lot of time talking about the Fed, but it feels as though now everyone's focused on tariffs. Do you feel like this is a market that cares as much about these Fed meetings, or do you think it's, we're focused more so on the impact of tariffs right now?
I think it's a little of both. Obviously they sort of play off of each other. If the tariffs are going to keep that inflation sticky, then that's going to push out the possibility for a rate cut further down the line. And but right now, we are sort of front and center on tariffs again. I mean, I think the market has come to grips with the fact that Trump, whether you call it the taco trade or just consider it a negotiating tactic, maybe a more polite way to say it, that nothing he says about tariffs is written in ink. It's all written in pencil, subject to be erased and rewritten
or
at any
written on a
moment.
letter and then posted to Truth Social,
right,
as we saw last week and over the weekend.
That's that too, right? So, I think these comments today, the market's green, a very light green, I guess I would call it, barely up, but it was red in the morning. And I think these, people did take some solace from these remarks that he is willing to negotiate. I think Europe's the big focus now. How they react and the interplay between Trump and Europe, I think is a main sort of source of concern right now. But I think the market is pretty comfortable with the idea that these worst case scenario tariffs are unlikely.
So we spoke to the CEO of Fastenal earlier today. That was one company that reported. It's not the first company in the S&P 500 to report. We're going to hear from JP Morgan Chase tomorrow. We'll also hear from Wells Fargo this week, Citi, BlackRock, BNY Mellon. Wednesday will be Bank of America, Morgan Stanley, M&T Bank. Thursday we'll get Netflix, Pepsi, GE Aerospace, Schwab on Friday. I mean, I could keep going on.
Going.
It's a big week. The point is it's a big week, Mike. 3 months ago, we'd be sitting here talking about, what are they going to say about tariffs? What are they going to say about tariffs?
Yeah.
Turns out like that wasn't a big issue.
Yeah.
And for these companies, and any of the companies that we heard from, the investors have really not seen, we haven't seen the worst fear materialize.
Right.
Folks are saying, okay, just wait until August, wait until September. after these tariffs kick in and after the inventory is kind of gone through here in the U.S. Is that fair to say, or is the whole tariff thing a nothing burger?
I wouldn't call it a nothing burger. I would say it's an uncooked burger at this point. We don't know how big it's going to be till we flip it off the grill. I think, obviously the banks being first, not a huge direct impact from tariffs on them. They're sort of set up to report a really, really strong quarter for the banks that have big trading and market making arms, because all that volatility, both in the fixed income and the stock market, after the Liberation Day, quote unquote, in April, just great for a bank's trading books. And it's, oddly, the deal making is picked up at the same time too, in the back half of the quarter, especially. IPOs and M&As are back. So both of those engines in the sort of capital markets parts of the banks are going to be firing pretty well. I think what a lot of people will be scrutinizing closely with the banks is, are there signs of tariff problems that we haven't quite picked up on yet? Are there sort of credit issues bubbling up among corporate customers or consumers? Are they bracing for even more problems? Are they putting aside more money for loan losses, that type of thing? So that'll certainly be a big point of focus in this early batch of bank earnings. And then the rest, I think, the margins is the big question. How much has the tariff pain not really surfaced because companies are sort of eating the costs of them to some extent on their margins? So we are expected to see a drop in margins. I think to Bloomberg Intelligence has it. I think it's like the lowest margins expected in about a year. So a little downside surprise on margins, I think, would also a bit of an event risk out there for people to absorb.
Mike Regan, Bloomberg News, managing editor for equities in the U.S. and Canada, still dabbles a little bit when it comes to crypto. So Mike, thanks for joining us. Do appreciate it. Switching gears back to a headline that crossed just a half hour ago. A divided U.S. Supreme Court let President Donald Trump resume dismantling the Department of Education. It lifts a lower court order that required the reinstatement of as many as 1,400 workers. Greg Storr is a Bloomberg News Supreme Court reporter. He joins us from Washington, D.C. He's got the byline on the story as well. Greg, they granted an emergency request from the administration. The justices put on hold a federal district court ruling that said the Trump purge would leave the department unable to perform duties required under U.S. law. The Supreme Court order, though, will apply while the case continues on appeal. I'm reading right from your story here because the ink is essentially still wet on this one. Does this mean that the Trump administration can purge other agencies as well?
Not necessarily, but it certainly helps them, at least their legal case. As you said, the big argument against the administration was, hey, you don't have the authority to do this, only Congress does. And you're by firing this many people, you're leaving the department unable to do things that Congress said it's supposed to do. And that's an argument that has been cropping up in other cases and will, this decision will probably, boost the administration on those actions.
So I'm also wondering about what this means just for the Department of Education and what it means for those workers. There's a lot of workers who've been left in limbo. Is that exactly what happens to these workers? They're sort of waiting?
Well, they're sort of waiting, but they will be, allowed to be put out of a job for the at least for the time being.
And unpaid?
I don't know the answer to that. I apologize.
That's okay.
I don't want to speak without knowledge here. But given the way the court has been handling these things, this is supposed to just be a temporary order. But the cases where the Supreme Court has issued a temporary order and then later on reversed itself once it actually took up the legal issues on the merits, that's a pretty rare occurrence. So this certainly puts the wind at the administration's sails in terms of actually being able to fire these workers once and for all.
It's July 14th. Typically, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but this is because this is the world that you live in. Isn't this a time where the justices are not doing this stuff? They're like out from June or early July all the way until October?
It depends on what you mean by this stuff. This is part of the so-called shadow docket or emergency docket. It is the administration coming to the Supreme Court, and this is actually a fairly old request filed a number of weeks ago. And the administration is saying, "Hey, we can't wait. We need you to lift this lower court ruling, to stay this lower court ruling, to set the rules of the road while the case is being litigated." And that's the sort of thing that the Supreme Court will act on at any time. It doesn't just, do that in its 9-month calendar for the cases that are considered on the merits.
When it comes to this case, the 3 liberals on the court dissented. What was their message?
Yeah, really, really strong words from Justice Sonia Sotomayor, who wrote the opinion for the 3 of them. She said that the court had handed the executive the power to repeal statutes by firing all those necessary to carry them out. And this is a theme we've been hearing from the court's liberals. They're saying that the conservative majority on this court is letting the president ignore the law, just do whatever he wants.
What do we expect to hear from the Supreme Court when it comes to this so-called shadow docket before October or in the meantime?
We're going to have more of these cases. Right now, there's one other significant one involving another one of these cases where the president is trying to remove the heads of these independent agencies. It's one involving the Consumer Product Safety Commission. He's trying to fire the Democratic appointed members there. We'll probably get more cases. Really good chance we'll get birthright citizenship again in some form. Not inconceivable we'll get tariffs in some form. They're not there yet, but there's so much lower court litigation going on that undoubtedly there will be more very big cases at the Supreme Court this summer.
And they really seem, because of not just because of the makeup, but it really seems like the president is having a series of wins when it comes to the shadow docket.
Yeah, he's very much been on a roll. We saw a couple cases earlier on involving very fast deportations under this couple century old law known as the Alien Enemies Act. That's the cases where the administration was sending people to the prison in El Salvador, and the Supreme Court said, whoa, hold on, you at least have to give them a chance to make their case for why they can't be sent there. Beyond that, however, they've pretty much given the administration a free hand, whether it be other immigration-related matters or, in this case, the structure of the government and firing people, both mass firings like this one and firing top officials of agencies.
Hey, Greg Stohr, thanks for joining us. I know you just wrote this story. You have been super busy, so we really appreciate it this afternoon. That's Greg Stohr. He's a Bloomberg News Supreme Court reporter. Check out his reporting and the entire team's reporting. It's on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. Just a couple of minutes away from the close of trading, the S&P 500, in the words of Mike Regan, light green, up 0.1%. The S&P, the NASDAQ, up 0.2%, as is the Dow. This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily. The closing bell starts now.
Broadcasting 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com and the Bloomberg Business app. This is Bloomberg Radio.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostick alongside Scarlett Fu, taking you through to the closing bell with a global simulcast. It starts now. Tim Stenovic joining us from the radio booth. Nora Melinda in today for Carol Masser. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube, Tim Stenovic. Green across the screen for most of the major indices. But of course, we have 2 big catalysts coming up on the calendar within the next 24 hours.
I think you would be referring to CPI and then the kickoff of big bank earnings tomorrow. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Looks like we're reading the same stuff, Romaine Bostick. Yeah. That's always good news when we're on the same page. Hey, there's also the trade element here. And I think that's what people thought and certainly kind of did dominate today's trade, even though we didn't see a big variation between gains and losses. The comments about President Trump kind of saying, okay, maybe not 30% for Europe. We're open to negotiating. Given what happened over the weekend, might have given a little bit of a relief to investors out there today.
I mean, definitely some relief that we are seeing here with all indexes ending in the green. As we were saying earlier, if you went to sleep on New Year's Day and you woke up today, lots happened in between. But if you look at the S&P 500, not much has changed.
Yeah, I go to Tim's point about, the trade tariffs and the threatened tariffs not showing up in the price action, but showing up in activity, because volume is certainly down compared to the 30-day average.
Yeah, and we should point out, of course, I think the earnings picture is really going to be one that drives this market, not so much for the second quarter results, but obviously the commentary that a lot of CEOs and CFOs were unwilling to give the last go round. This time around, they might not have as much cover. Green across the screen here on this Monday afternoon for most of the major indices. The Dow Jones Industrial Average looking like it's going to close out the day higher by more than 80 points, or about 0.2%. The S&P up just about 10 points on the day. We'll call it about 0.1% as we wait for these numbers to settle. The NASDAQ Composite adding about 0.3%, and the Russell 2000, that's your outperformer on the day, again, up 15 points, or about 0.7%.
All right, taking a look at how things split up in terms of gainers and decliners today. We did see more stocks move higher in the S&P, 286 to the upside, Scarlett 213 to the downside.
And that's reflected in the IMAP as well. So take a look at the 11 sectors in the S&P 500. That big red slice that you see there is tech, but it's only down by 0.2%. The leading decliners here are energy stocks as oil prices sink, and material stocks also lower by 0.4%. Best performers, communication services, financials before the banks report earnings tomorrow, and real estate investment trust.
All right, on the gainers side, a new all-time high for Fastenal. The company reported earnings earlier today, shares 4% higher at the close. The company reported net sales for the second quarter that were up 8.6% over the same period last year. It did meet the average analyst estimate. We had Dan Florness on the show, the company's CEO. He said that his industrial customers are starting to see business turn around. Here's what he said, quote, "The knife has stopped dropping." What he was referring to is the trying to catch a falling knife over the last few years that really in the U.S. has been industrial production. I did ask him, and Nora asked him too, about the impact of tariffs. And he said they tried to move their supply chain back in 2018 during this first round, and they were able to make some changes, not necessarily bringing anything back to the U.S., just not possible right now. Too early to say for his customers, though, whether this new tariff regime will prompt them to move manufacturing back to the U.S.
It's just a reminder of how long it takes to actually move your supply chain back to the U.S. If they were talking about this back in 2017 and weren't able to get very far.
Yeah, I mean, do you remember the move back in 2017 and 2018 was to move everything out of China and go to Vietnam or Indonesia or India? Well, now it kind of doesn't matter where you are if you're not in the United States, because all of those countries are getting tariffed as well. Hey, did any of you guys see Superman over the weekend?
No. Was it good?
I didn't see it either. A lot of people did see it,
We
though.
look at you and we see Superman.
I was going to say.
Wow. Oh, you guys are the best. Warner Brothers Discovery shares up more than 2%. This after the company did say that they brought in at least $115 million domestically. It did take in $220 million worldwide. This according to a statement from Warner Brothers. $125 million in ticket sales in the U.S. So that did beat expectations of $115 million. This is just the opening chapter in a 10-year plan to interweave movies and TV shows based on DC comic book characters such as Batman and Wonder Woman. Haven't they done this before?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
They've done this. And so, I mean, I don't know. Do you think DC is going to get it right this time? I mean, everyone's saying, okay, you had a decent box office domestically, though don't look at the international numbers, Tim. It was not as good. But this idea that maybe they could finally build off this and actually truly build up something that's comparable to the Marvel universe.
Look, I don't know what it takes to have a successful franchise.
I don't either, but I like your opinion.
But we can look and see what the Marvel universe has done, right?
The peanut gallery speaks.
Yeah, exactly. I think James Gunn knows a little more than we do when it comes to what makes a successful movie. And finally, I do want to talk about shares of Kenvue real quick. They finished the day higher today by more than 2%. It's the company behind Tylenol, Neutrogena, Listerine, formerly the consumer healthcare division of J&J. The company said that CEO Thibaut Mongon is going to leave the company as it continues to revamp. The board director, Kirk Perry, will take over as interim CEO effective immediately. They faced push from activist investors for changes on how the company is structured and run ever since it was spun off from J&J just a couple of years ago. Once again, Kenvue shares up by more than 2.2%, Nora.
Well, a couple decliners that I'm keeping an eye on right now. We had Waters, that is a life sciences company, about $18 billion in market cap. It fell for double-digit losses when we ended at the close today after saying that it'll merge with Becton Dickinson's biosciences and diagnostic solutions business in a reverse Morris Trust transaction. That's valued at about $17.5 billion. We had Jefferies analysts saying that they expect the stock to trade down due to the deal size and variables added to a clean replacement cycle story. But if you look at the stock on a year-to-date basis, down about 18%. I know it's Monday, but I did want to talk about an alcohol company. I'm looking at Constellation Brands, and we're seeing shares that also fell at the close today after President Trump declared a 30% tariff for Mexico and the EU, which of course we know these are key markets for those drink makers. So tariffs are really the story here. But this is a $28 billion company. They own Modelo, Corona, a lot of the names that we know here. But shares are down about 26% this year. So not great news here for the brand. Maybe people are going to healthier alternatives. We'll see.
I like the fact you picked an alcohol company because you really, truly are filling Carol Masters.
Have to live up to it the best I can. Also, Fluence Energy, that's an energy this is an energy company, and we saw energy is the worst performing sector in the S&P 500 today, and this was one of the names that was in the red. Mizuho cut the stock to neutral from outperform. They're also pointing toward this tariff impact, and additionally, the Republican tax and spending bills effects on the clean energy sector. The company is about $1.4 billion in market cap, but I'm looking at the year to date as well, down 50%. Not looking good.
All right, let's get a quick check on yields. Continue to see a steepening of the curve. Treasuries overall falling for a third straight day. That's pushing yields higher. But two interesting dynamics are playing out. One is obviously that you're seeing much greater moves in yields on the longer end of the curve to the upside. But on the short end of the curve, take a look at that. A 1 basis point move, 1.5 if you want to be particular, on that 2-year yield. And that has been the narrow range that we've actually seen on the shorter end of the curve now for quite some time. In fact, the past 3 sessions, we basically had 1 basis point, 1 basis point, and then 3 basis points. And then if you keep going out, it really doesn't get much wider than that. And I think it is kind of telling, Tim and Nora, this idea that maybe you have a market, at least in the Treasury market, with a lot of folks right now on the sidelines.
Okay, well, we'll see what happens when it comes to CPI. We'll see what happens when it comes to the big banks reporting earnings. In the meantime, I want to talk a little bit about return to office. Yeah, we're still talking about that. It's back in the news this week because Starbucks employees who work at corporate headquarters are apparently going to be required to come in 4 days a week. This is a focus. Excuse me?
Which 4?
I don't know.
Maybe they get to select the day that they stay home.
Well, I know that there are some places where they're like, okay, everybody has to come in at least on Monday, because that's like our in-office day. And it kind of looks like not a lot of people go to work on Friday, just anecdotally speaking, at least here in New York.
Understandably so.
Subway, I don't know.
Well, we're all here, right? We're in person, but I think this is really interesting for Starbucks. I mean, I was just at Starbucks yesterday and I had a nice refresher. I don't know if you guys have had the refreshers, but fantastic. And we're really seeing, Starbucks really just trying to do better. They're trying to have a turnaround story here. So I guess they need people in the office to do it.
Well, it starts with the culture, according to Brian Niccol, who's the CEO of Starbucks. We're keeping an eye, of course, on the tariff story. And even though there's new threats of tariffs and companies still aren't able to say very much, there is evidence that it is affecting certain industries. The world's largest swimming pool maker says it will likely hike prices for a second time this year because of Trump's proposed tariffs. This is a Spanish company, Fluidra, talking about this. And they said how much they can't say right now really depends on what gets announced about China in the coming weeks.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I'm really interested in for this particular earnings season. The idea is whether we're going to hear more companies, certainly more U.S. companies, start to talk about the potential impact. We just had Nadia Lovell on the TV program a little while ago, and she was kind of alluding to this idea that we've collected in this country more than $100 billion in tariff revenue. But of course, we know that comes out of someone's pocket. Mm-hmm. And at least for right now, we have not actually seen that show up in some of these income statements or in some of the inflation data. And I do wonder if that's about to change.
And that's why the guidance tomorrow and throughout the rest of earnings season is going to be so important, the commentary that we hear. Although, is there more clarity? That's about what the actual policies are.
At some point, company executives just need to say how they're moving forward, even if they don't have the clarity, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay,
how big of a swimming pool do you have, Scarlett?
Mine is massive.
All right, party at Scarlett's this weekend. Thanks for the info. Looking forward to it. That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We will see you back tomorrow, same time, same place. Scarlett, welcome back.
This is Bloomberg Business Week Daily, reporting from the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead, with insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week Daily with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek, live on Bloomberg Radio, television, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Business Week Daily Radio, right? We're daily.
We're everything.
We're everything. I'm Norma Linda, filling in for Carol Master today, sitting here with Tim Stenivek. And I'm looking at a market that ended in the green. So seems like we edged up a little bit here. But I really wanted to talk about sales, Tim. Every year, Amazon hosts an annual Prime Day sale, but this year's was different. Instead of its typical 2-day stretch, the online retailer doubled its usual duration, and results were historic. Although sales were slower during the first 2 days of the sale, demand accelerated later in the week, and that's according to data from Adobe saying that the sale boosted online spending across all U.S. retailers by 30.3% to $21.1 billion. We have Brooke May, managing partner at Evans May Wealth, joining to discuss her takeaways from this year's Amazon sale and what it tells us about the broader economy. Brooke, thanks so much for joining us today. What were your takeaways this year?
Well, Amazon Prime Day was a hit. As you mentioned, they moved it from a 2-day event to a 4-day event, and it paid off. Sales were $24.1 billion. And to put that in perspective, when we look last year at Black Friday, online sales were $10.8 billion. So it was the equivalent of 2 online shopping days on for Black Friday. Up 30%, as you mentioned. And it was really incredible for Amazon to see it do so well.
So what's this telling us about the economy and the way that consumers are thinking about discretionary income?
Mm-hmm. I think it's telling. When you look at the areas or the categories that people were buying in, they were looking really at all 35 categories. We saw strong demand. However, there was especially strong demand in electronics and high-end appliances. So consumers were looking to trade up, and they could afford to do so because of reduced prices. In addition to electronics and appliances, we saw strong back-to-school shopping. Everything from school supplies to lunch boxes to dorm room necessities. But really, interestingly, the highest selling items were the Fire Stick HD, the Ring doorbell, Apple's AirPod Pro 2s, and Dawn's Power Wash dish spray.
50% of those.
That would be on the list.
50%. Okay, so 25% of those everybody needs, and that's soap. Okay, 50% of the things you mentioned are actually Amazon-owned companies. Mm-hmm. So that tells you, is that about okay, what the company has on sale, or is it about a commentary about Amazon getting into many different areas of our lives? What is it telling you? What was popular?
Oh, I think it's a little of both. When you look, Amazon has a tremendous number of products that are household names. In addition to that, though, there's some pricing power and being able to price those items in a way that can drive additional sales.
Mm-hmm. So is this typically a big revenue generator for Amazon in the Prime Day sales? I mean, I know I'm always scrolling, had to check a couple things out this week, but is it usually a really big revenue driver?
It is. However, margins are thin. With deep discounting, you don't necessarily get the wide profit margins. However, the sales volumes were there. Interestingly, a lot of Amazon's competitors, Walmart, Costco, Target, had parallel events during the same time. And with competition, you'll see that, you get pricing pressure. So yes, revenues were strong. However, profit margins were really squeezed.
I found it super interesting that when the Prime sale just started, everyone was really nervous that it was not going to generate much revenue. It wasn't doing too well.
Right. We were seeing those headlines. It's down X percent versus last year. But Spencer Soper, who writes about Amazon, said it's too early to tell because it's 4 days now. You know, we have to look at it differently.
Most definitely. It makes me wonder, are people just waiting to the last minute? Are we waiting until the sale's about to end?
Did the deals get better? I mean, this stuff is dynamic.
What
it's really hard to understand.
Absolutely. Oh, you're asking me what changed. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. You're the one with the answers. We're the ones with the questions.
Yeah. I think there's some procrastination there. I don't really have an explanation for why momentum picked up. People could have known that they've got a little bit more time on their hands, so they don't have to jump and they can do a little bit more price shopping. We saw actually this year generative AI tools used to search. And as I mentioned before, we had competitors offering similar events during that same time. Generative AI tools or assisted shopping was up 3,300% year over year, which speaks volumes to how it's been integrated into our everyday lives. In addition to that, though, we saw social media influencers having an impact. Social media influencer sales that they were able to derive or push to Amazon Prime were 10 times what the sales were for social media overall. So it's interesting to see these trends and how people are shopping a little differently. In addition to that, when we look at how sales came in, more than half of the sales came in through mobile devices versus online shopping on desktops. So there are definitely some macro trends on how consumers are buying. And it was really interesting how that showed through with Amazon's Prime Day event.
Brooke, I always wonder, are these real deals? You know, I miss back in the day where you would get these massive discounts when you would go shopping, or is it more or less vendors hiking up the prices right before to make it look a bit discounted later?
I think there's a little both. Some highly purchased products, the price is known. People know what Apple's AirPod Pros cost, and so they're able to do a price comparison, and they know when they're getting a good deal. Consumers right now are fairly savvy. Due to the inflation we've experienced in the last few years, consumers watch and monitor prices, and they use events like this to purchase items that they've been waiting to purchase. And then there's also some impulse buying. I know personally, I go on and I scroll, and if I see a good deal, I'll jump on it.
Right.
And it's not because it's something that I've been shopping for, but it's something that appealed to me in the moment and felt like a good value.
Hey, Brooke, before we let you go, I want to broaden the conversation a little bit because you cover it all. We're talking about Prime, but you cover the economy at Evans May Wealth. You have to know about all this stuff, given what your clients are looking for from you. The big risk right now, do you think that the equity market is accurately pricing in the threat of tariffs?
No.
In a word, you have more time than that. Why not?
The probability of a recession, it's interesting. In April, it was 60-some%, and now it's back down to 20%. So the market isn't pricing in a recession right now. They're not pricing in, tariffs. The market's trading at 22 times forward earnings. That's not cheap. And the hope is that when tariffs are imposed, they're going to be less than stated. And ideally, manufacturers, retailers, and consumers are all going to be able to share in that burden. Companies are trying to get more efficient to be able to absorb some of those additional costs. Time will tell, though. We don't know right now what the full ramification of tariffs are going to be. However, we think that they won't necessarily be as bad as stated and be completely destructive to the economy.
Super quickly, do you expect tariffs to show up in this earnings season?
Just 10 seconds.
No, I don't. I think that it takes 2 to 3 months to see once tariffs are imposed, them actually feed through. So it's probably going to be Q3 if we have some clarity.
All right, Brooke, always good to check in with you. Brooke May, managing partner over at Evans May Wealth Management. The company's got about $1.5 billion assets under management. She joins us from Carmel, Indiana. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week Daily, made in America, designed in America, made in China. We break it down next.
If you never want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, become a subscriber today. Unlock deep reporting and analysis from journalists around the world. Check out our offers right now on Bloomberg.com/subscribe now. This is Bloomberg.
Get the news you need at the click of a button inside your car. The new Bloomberg Business app, now featuring Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. All your favorite Bloomberg radio shows, plus news at your fingertips. Download it free in the Apple App Store or on Google Play.
The biggest business story of our time revolves around one name, Elon Musk. On the latest episode of Elon Inc., Musk launches a third party.
There is no question that it could affect the election and it could siphon off votes from a Democrat or Republican party. Like, Americans are very unhappy with the political system at this point, but does he have the attention span and the money to do it for a while?
From Bloomberg Business Week, this is Elon Inc. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
That's what we were taught, service before self.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When is the last time you reached out for help?
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Bloomberg Radio, on demand and in your podcast feed.
On the latest Balance of Power podcast, we talk with Wendy Edelberg at the Brookings Institution about the economic impact of President Trump's immigration policy.
In a year or so, we could start seeing payroll employment numbers that are negative, and that will be like a healthy, sustainable, full employment labor market, just with declining labor supply and so declining employment.
So what does that mean for participation and the unemployment rate?
So there's going to be some near-term gyrations.
A year from now, though, to your point, if we're in a negative growth on payrolls, what's the rest of the job market look like?
This is going to be the cognitive dissonance, the thing that's going to be really hard about understanding the labor market that this policy has created. Mm-hmm. It could well be that we have a healthy labor market, an unemployment rate that starts with a 4.
Starts with a 4.
Starts with a 4. It could be a nice, healthy labor market, but we have a shrinking labor supply, and that just means shrinking employment. There are other economies.
Are wages through the roof in that world?
For a time, I think that there will be near-term gyrations. We're going to see stronger wage growth in some occupations, stronger wage growth in the agricultural sector, stronger wage growth for home health workers. But I think other parts of the economy, and particularly some cities, some areas, are actually going to see big reductions in consumer demand. We're already seeing this in some areas where we're seeing, big raids on immigrant communities.
Hear the full conversation on the latest edition of the Balance of Power podcast. Subscribe on Apple, Spotify, and anywhere else you get your podcasts. Plus, listen anytime on the Bloomberg Business app and Bloomberg.com.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks higher, NASDAQ at a record, and this Bloomberg Business Flash brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. See if your company qualifies at Bloomberg.com or Oracle.com/Bloomberg. S&P today did advance by 8 points, 62.68, up 0.1%. NASDAQ up 54, 20,640, up 0.3. The Dow up 88, up by 0.2%. 10-year 4.43%, the 2-year 3.89%. Gold down $10 the ounce, down 0.3%, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.3%, 66.89 a barrel. Bitcoin at 119,000 did climb above 120,000 earlier today. Bitcoin up by about 0.5%. Meta Platform CEO Mark Zuckerberg says the company is building several massive data centers to power its artificial intelligence efforts, with the first one expected to come online next year. Meta today up by 0.5%. Our Mag 7 index up by 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I'm Tim Stenovec, and that is Norma Linda in for Carol Master. We're both here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Yes, with the design in America, but made in China business model brewing uncertainty after President Trump's trade policies, several large company founders have explored ways to repatriate production. But the obstacles are many. Between higher costs and complex supply chains, companies are growing frustrated with the lack of clarity and notice on tariffs. Some founders are saying that a 90-day notice period could be a good remedy for small business owners to navigate the challenges. Christina Lindblad, global economics editor for Bloomberg Business Week, joins us to discuss how Shark Tank-like companies are feeling the bite of Trump's tariffs. She was the editor on this story. Christina, talk to us a little bit about how this story came about.
Well, I was actually thinking about how I had watched a clip of Shark Tank in which these founders told the judges that they had set up a production line in the United States. And one of them said, "That's crazy," and then
it is crazy.
And then I thought, how are these companies, so many of them, which follow, this sort of Apple model, designed in California, made in TK somewhere else, cheaper.
Usually China, increasingly sometimes
Vietnam,
Vietnam.
And how are they faring through all of this? Because, they don't have the lobbying arm, the deep pockets to have their margins be eaten away like this. So we decided to go out, and we went through we cast a whole bunch of companies, and we decided to focus on 4. And we did basically as told tos, so it's like directly from their mouths. And we asked them a bunch of questions about how, what kind of tariffs they were paying right now and what they were looking to do about this. And several of them said that, well, actually, some of them said they had started out making their products in the US, but pretty shortly realized that wasn't going to work out. That one of them said the product was so expensive, nobody bought it, and that they were contacted by a Chinese company that was already making something like what they made. And then the other thing we heard frequently is that by going to China or going to some other countries, you get like a full operation. Like, you don't have to be. What people were saying is, if you're a small company in the U.S., it's like you're having to watch out over all these different parts of production. Like you're importing this and that, and making sure it's all going to the plant. That in China, like somebody was saying, we'll take care of all of that for you. And then also we talked to a person. She makes this little contraction called a click and carry that you snap 2 bags over your shoulder.
It's kind of brilliant.
I bought one immediately after.
Do you like it? Do you like it?
Did you buy it after seeing it on Shark Tank?
I know after
you wrote the story.
Before we wrote the story,
Okay.
because I read the transcript and I thought, oh yeah, this is like your bags are always sliding off your shoulders when you go to the green market. Anyway, and she said it would take a minimum of 8 months to bring this back to the US. And it would involve something like getting a mold maker in China, because there are barely any left here in the US, to design the mold and bring it back and forth, the designers would be here, the mold maker in China, back and forth, sent it back and forth for adjustments, right? And finally, once you had the mold, you still have to import the resin, the plastic resin from China. And you'd probably, she said, I'd have to find a factory that had a high degree of automation, so that kind of beats the whole idea of like job creation, for the tariffs. So yeah, it just seems like some of these, the small businesses really have a hard time and right now trying to figure out what's next.
So net, would it be possible for any of these companies that you came across in the casting call to actually do this in the US?
Right now, they said that at the level of tariffs they were facing, and let's be clear, 2 weeks ago when we were talking to them, no, it's not worth it for them. I mean, we could be talking to them if we were to go back to them, who knows, after August 1st, perhaps. Although I would suspect some of them would just be out of business.
One thing that we've been talking about quite a bit over the last few months is, okay, who eats these tariffs? And the picture that we've gotten from talking to different CEOs is sort of like, well, everybody in the supply chain. So our earnings will take a hit. We'll absorb some of them. Maybe we'll raise prices. Consumers might pay a little more. That's for big companies. What about for these tiny companies that are watching every cent?
Well, I mean, there's one woman, the founder of Click and Carry, she was saying that, she actually had taken out a loan and sold out a bunch of stocks in the fall because she had been selling online and she was actually starting to sell through retailers. And she's saying, well, I approached all these companies with a certain price. This is what I told them, like, I can provide this to you for this price. But now, with tariffs, I'm going to have to go back to them, and quote them another price. And she's scared, that some of them will drop her product because they've only started carrying it a few months ago. And some of them she hasn't even gotten in. I mean, she has enough, I think, to supply everyone, all the contracts that she has through early summer. But yeah, a lot of companies were talking about how the uncertainty towards the back end of the year when they're having to restock.
Yeah, we spoke to Levi's on Friday and the company's CFO, and they said this in earnings too, that about roughly half of their inventory for the remainder of the year is already in the US.
Right.
So that's kind of free and clear at this point.
Oh, most definitely. But I know you mentioned earlier, you were talking about a company that you said they were wanting to pass on some of the tariff impact toward the customer, but customers are just unwilling to pay.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a young business and you have your foot in the door with some of these retailers, and you don't have a long relationship, you're going to be really scared to do that. So mostly we heard the story sounded like it was going to be the importers eating the tariffs. I mean, I think there's a misconception, largely because of the way the White House talks about this, that it's the exporters eating the tariffs. And, we did hear stories at the beginning of Walmart pressuring Chinese suppliers to lower their prices in order to compensate for the tariffs. But even there, we heard that many of them were saying no. I mean, a small company just does not have that kind of leverage, really. So
what are people, I mean, you cover the economy more broadly. So just outside of this story, if we were...
Third Wall Street is a new emerging global capital markets formation and structured trifactor financial hub at the U.S. Third Border in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, in the Caribbean and Latin America. The new Third Wall Street is the home of the Alexander Hamilton Financial Center and named in honor of Alexander Hamilton, an American founding father, first U.S. Treasury Secretary, and architect of the U.S. financial system and modern America. Third Wall Street is located in a U.S. National Heritage Area, Opportunity Zone, and the boyhood home of Alexander Hamilton in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Island, connecting 3 financial hubs in the Americas by way of new innovative financial technology and markets: New York Wall Street South, Brickell Avenue, Miami, and Third Wall Street in St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, and established the new Caribbean America's single economy zone, developed by SETI Case Capital Markets. Third Wall Street will transform financial markets, improving access to capital worldwide. Visit www.thirdwallstreet.com to learn more.